Hey everyone, welcome to Manhwa Moose. Today I am reading When I Got Kidnapped, I Became the Villainess'S Favorite Puppet. So without further delay, let's move into the video. Summary: in a world not his own, Lin's new beginning feels more like an ending. Transported from Earth into the heart of a doomed fantasy empire, he barely has time to grasp what happened before fate strikes again. His first welcome. Kidnapping. The culprit is no mere criminal. She is the infamous villainous princess of the Saint Roland Empire, feared, shrouded in mystery, and destined to fall in flames. A brilliant tactician and terrifying beauty with a cursed mark across her face, she sees Lin as the perfect specimen for her next forbidden hypnosis experiment. Her aim: break his will and claim his loyalty forever. But Lin is not so easily conquered. In a moment of clarity, he chooses deception. He pretends to be under her spell, weaving an illusion so flawless that even the princess herself believes it. During the day, he is her quiet shadow, the servant who obeys. But when night falls, he prepares for escape, counting down the days until he can flee the fate written in blood. Then, he finds her diary. Within its fragile pages, Lin glimpses a soul more tragic than monstrous. A girl suffocating behind her title, burdened by a curse that makes others recoil. A lonely heart that believes what people say under hypnosis reveals their true emotions. She clings to his compliments, thinking them real. When she kisses him, she reassures herself, he won't remember. It's okay. But what if she's wrong? And what if the lines between truth and lie are beginning to blur for him too? As power struggles tear the empire apart and the capital's nobles circle like vultures, Lin must walk a razor-thin path. One misstep could mean not only his own death, but the fall of the girl he swore he would betray. This is a tale of illusions, hidden hearts, and bonds born in lies. Of a puppet who pulled his own strings. And of a villainess who only wanted someone to look past the mask and see her. When I Got Kidnapped, I Became the Villainess'S Favorite Puppet is a fantasy drama filled with emotional tension, romantic tragedy, dark intrigue, and the slow unraveling of two broken souls who may be the only salvation each other has left. Let's get started. I don't want to stay anymore. Hi there, beautiful, want a drink? Corolla felt a tap on her shoulder. She frowned and grew to become a round. Underneath the dim tavern lights, she saw a scruffy, bearded middle elderly mercenary eyeing her greedily. She sighed, raised her center finger, and responded without searching returned, "Cross home and have a drink with your mom, and by way of the way, I'm not for sale." With laughter erupting around them, the mercenary left with a darkish expression. After handling the pest, Corolla turned her gaze back to the space. She failed to thoughts being hit on. It just relied on who was doing it. Just like the younger man at the bar. Calling him a young man was fair. From his slim body and the glimpses of his facet profile, he couldn't be that antique, likely nonetheless a rookie. There have been numerous empty bottles on the table beside him. He was already tipsy, but saved ingesting, as if something changed into weighing heavily on his thoughts. More importantly, he had jet black hair. Notwithstanding its mild messiness and waviness, it changed into a mark of noble lineage in the Saint Roland Empire. Although she didn't realize which circle of relatives he belonged to, judging with the aid of the best leather-based boots on his foot, he was truly from a nicely off household. An appropriate prey. In fact, today marked the young man's 0.33 day at this tavern. From her observations over the last few days, Corolla had pieced together the probable story. The boy in all likelihood had a falling out along with his circle of relatives, stormed off in anger, best to locate the outdoor global unforgiving. But he wouldn't swallow his delight, leaving him in a bind and drowning his sorrows in alcohol. To her, this inexperienced noble boy was practically a succulent lamb. With that concept, Corolla couldn't contain her pleasure any further. She downed her wine in a single gulp, then stood up and gracefully approached the bar. "Won't you purchase me a drink?" She sat down casually beside the black-haired young guy. The young man didn't appear too amazed. He snapped his palms to the bartender. "An amber for the lady." Amber turned into the maximum luxurious drink inside the bar, costing 10 silver cash a glass. Best a fool would order it. Corolla smiled charmingly. "My name is Corolla, and yours? Does it be counted?" He wasn't cold, However, he additionally wasn't as smooth to trap in as she'd imagined, changed into it the delight of the aristocracy. Taking the glass from the bartender, Carola took a delicate sip, letting her tongue lightly sweep over her lip. Her knee brushed towards his leg. The after hours were ripe for love. As she organized to mention something, he spoke first. "Since you normal the drink, I have a question for you." He set down his glass. "Leave out, that is the 1/3 day I've seen you looking me from the corner. If viable, I'd like a reasonable clarification," he observed. The mild smugness in Carola's heart gave way to caution. But there has been no manner she'd blow her cover over an informal question. She tilted her head playfully, letting her brown hair cascade down, and one half jokingly replied, "Because you're 8504 CA0E3 FB5 BFCD BDF1E 8263 F0 C30F. It turned into proper. To be fair, the young guy in the front of her turned into the kind of person you appreciated at first glance. Handsome, with a noble bearing, blue eyes that gleamed, and a tear mole at the give-up of his lengthy eyelid, a feature that added a tender touch to his in any other case striking face. The handiest flaw turned into the dark circles beneath his eyes. He in all likelihood partied too tough with women, leaving him weak. Best for her purposes. Hearing Carola's reaction, the younger man gave her a look that screamed, usual female, and seemed away. Brat reading his expression, Carola's mouth twitched. She speedy placed on a delicate expression. "You don't assume I'm right here for money, do you?" Her pitiful appearance ought to melt the coldest hearts. But this younger guy became definitely no everyday person. "Aren't you?" Carola's face darkened. Simplest she knew that, in this border city slum, she'd scraped by way of these kind of years without a single guy laying a finger on her. Before she could say something, he persisted. "Sincerely, we're all here for money," he stated slowly. "It's simply that we all sell various things." The fireplace in Carola's chest unexpectedly vanished. In fact, the greater she thought about it, the greater it made sense. This man feeling as though he become teasing her, Carola felt a pang of irritation. She pressed down on her skirt, her cheeks flushed as she whispered, "Since you positioned it that way, aren't you going to purchase me?" The black-haired boy gave her a wary look. "Human trafficking is illegal." Carola changed into so annoyed she may want to have screamed. Is he pretending, or is he really this dense? For the sake of her plan tonight, she bit her lip and decided to be blunt. "I mean, buy me, for the night." He clutched his pocket. "I don't have money. It won't be expensive." "Miss, I'm not the kind of man who brings strangers home on the first night. Don't insult my character." "For free? Well, now that you mention it, of course, all men are the same." Once inside the room upstairs, Carola quietly took in the simple furnishings and decor, while drawing her own conclusions. The boy's clumsy excuses filled her with contempt. Feigning a smile, she said, "Weren't you saying something about a cat that can do backflips?" She expected him to give her an awkward smile, then reveal his true colors. Unexpectedly, he pointed to the bed, where a small black figure lay curled up. "Over there." Following his finger, Carola was stunned. A small black cat, yawning, slowly rose from the head of the bed, stretched gracefully, and fixed its emerald eyes on them. The young man snapped his fingers. "Little Black, show the lady a backflip." Lady Carola's face darkened. Just as she was about to speak, the cat meowed as if responding. Then, before her eyes, the cat did a backflip, defying all logic. Carola was dumbfounded. No way, it can actually do that. She'd thought the cat at home can backflip was just a lame excuse to get women into bed. She never expected it to be real. Had the world gone mad? Her temples throbbed. The whole thing tonight appeared off. No, she couldn't hold losing time with this child, or her blood stress might spike. Taking benefit of the young guy's distraction, Carola improved and driven him onto the bed. For the primary time that night, the black-haired boy regarded sincerely amazed. Carola's lips curved in pleasure at his response. Pretending to stumble, she set free a tender "oh no," and fell into his fingers. The situation had quickly turned. "Ha, you're so easy." Carola had confidence in her allure. She regarded down. They were so close she ought to experience his breath. Staring into his deep, ocean blue eyes, Corolla felt her heart bypass a beat, though she speedily brushed off it. Focus, Corolla. Consciousness. Finally regaining her composure, she heard him say in a slightly awkward tone, is that this truly K? Why wouldn't it's? I haven't showered but. That's excellent, I don't mind. He shook his head. I meant, you haven't showered yet. Corolla, she gritted her enamel and took a deep breath to calm the pounding in her head. In no way thoughts. Don't take it significantly. In the next second, Corolla set free a nicely timed scream. Ah! Bam! Nearly immediately, the door burst open. A burly man stormed in, conserving a revolver. He helped the trembling Corolla to at least one aspect, after which grew to become to the boy on the bed. His expression betrayed a hint of guilt. He turned into without a doubt a novice at this. However, he put on a menacing face, pressed the boy down, and pointed the gun at him. Don't circulate. Corolla dabbed at her faux tears. I didn't assume it to show out this manner, I'm so sorry. In these conditions, the everyday reaction turned into panic, accompanied by a brief settlement. Especially for nobles, who valued their reputation. However, the boy didn't look flustered. He sized up the man lightly. You're her husband. Of Path. The person stated, feigning self-belief. You slept with my spouse. Give me a purpose no longer to shoot you. The boy didn't argue. Rather, he let loose a sigh. I can't think about one. The person paused. What? I can't think about a purpose you shouldn't shoot me. He appeared sincere. In case you're definitely her husband, to be sincere, I think you need to. The man became silent. He checked out Corolla, virtually misplaced. Fool Corolla cursed inwardly, but kept up her tearful act. This is my husband, Andre. He's killed earlier than don't cross him, he's going to pull the cause. Yes, I can. The man gulped, gripping the revolver. Then you'd definitely be doing me a large want, the boy said, searching thrilled. Cross on. I've been trying this for a long term. The subsequent second, he grabbed the barrel, urgent it to his forehead. S-level plot characters Lin was long ready to end it all. Feeling the cold barrel pressed to his forehead, he was strangely calm, even a bit amused. Crossing into another world was supposed to be a dream come true, especially when it came with a bound system. But when both crossed his path, what should have been a blessing became a complete beautiful demise. It had been half a month since he'd arrived in this world. Now, Lin was convinced that this system had latched onto him with the sole purpose of ruining his life. Character name, Corolla Beryl, plot level, C, plot divergence, 0.00%. Glancing at the lines hovering over the sobbing Corolla's head, Lin sighed inwardly. Yet again, this wasn't the right match. With a resigned shrug, he was about to close the system. Just then, a notification popped up in front of him. System is inactive. Please complete the preliminary task to unlock all features. Detecting user status. User currently exhibiting negative behavior warning. Warning. There it was again, the nagging system. Staring at the flood of warning pop-ups littering his view like snowflakes and listening to the sharp buzzing echoing in his mind, Lin felt numb. Go on, shoot. He spoke to the burly man pointing the gun at him. It wasn't like he really wanted to die. But after days of this mental assault, a fresh start sounded better than dealing with endless headaches. In a twisted way, this system was unique. It didn't follow the rules he'd read about in other novels, where systems threatened their hosts with all kinds of punishments to force them to complete tasks. This one didn't punish him. It just warned him. And those warnings were like retinal tattoos imprinted on his sight, bright red, impossible to ignore even with his eyes closed. And the buzzing sound, that drilled right into his consciousness, no chance of blocking it. As long as he didn't complete the preliminary task, the system flagged his actions as negative behavior, and the torment was endless. Lin hadn't had a decent night's sleep in 2 weeks. All he felt now became the pulsing of an unbearable headache. On every occasion his head touched the pillow, it became like he'd dedicated an unforgivable crime, bombarded by limitless pop-U.S. and ringing, leaving him no peace. Ingesting changed into the only remedy he'd observed. The device's emotional price far outweighed its actual usefulness, he needed to admit. And that fee, if you requested, other than nausea, now not lots. Still, it were given to him. Best, if this was so depressing, why no longer simply hold the project? That changed into his preliminary idea, too. However, after seeing the assignment's details, he went instantly to melancholy. The task turned into just one line, so simple it appeared nearly ridiculous. Please make contact with an S-rank plot character and raise their plot divergence by 0.01%. He set apart plot divergence for now. An S-rank plot man or woman had to suggest someone necessary to the principal storyline, a person who may want to adjust the direction of occasions or affect everyone's fates. And even without the system's steering, Lin knew such characters had been rare. There might only be a few of them in the entire world. The coolest news become, this global got here from a Western fantasy novel he'd read in his Beyond Life, so he nonetheless had a sense of the storyline. The horrific news. He turned into currently in Orn, a far-flung border city, some distance removed from the coronary heart of the Saint Roland Empire. Simply from common feel, an S-rank individual, uncommon as they had been, could handiest appear at the grand level of the imperial capital. Most of the tale spread out there. After all, even though there had been exceptions, they'd never be in and out of the manor vicinity like Orn, which didn't even get a mention inside the original story. So his only way ahead became to go for the capital. And that required cash numerous it. However, along with his modern-day aimless nation, developing with that sort of coins each time quickly was close to not possible. An infinite cycle. Misplaced in notion and assaulted via the gadget's harassment, Lin became in his own international. The gunman, however, become bewildered. He'd visible lots of human beings beg for mercy, but soliciting for dying became a primary. Are you positive you need me to shoot? Don't pressure me. I'm begging you, just pull the damn cause. You. Watching the younger guy clutching his head, a hint of insanity flickering in his eyes, the gunman swallowed tough. No matter how tough he attempted, he couldn't bring himself to tug the trigger on his revolver. Regardless of his difficult appearance, he'd in no way even been in an actual fight before. So now, on this bizarre standoff, the only pleading to be shot changed into facing off with a person too scared to tug the trigger. The tension hung, comically, in the air. Forget it, Warner. Corolla sooner or later intervened with a sigh, placed the gun down. Why yes, sis. The gunman, now addressing her as sis, obediently positioned the revolver again in his pocket, respiratory a sigh of alleviation. Then, nearly instinctively, he took a step back to maintain a more secure distance from Lin. So you figured out my plan all along. When did you realize? Corolla crossed her arms and stared at Lin, expressionless. She had even used a bit of charm tonight to lure him in, but in the end, it was all for nothing. He had to be certain Warner wouldn't shoot, which meant he wasn't afraid at all. With that, any leverage she had was gone. After all, she didn't dare let her brother go down for murder. From the start, the system's warnings had finally softened, easing the pounding in Lin's head. He relaxed a little. Corolla raised an eyebrow. I don't believe it. It's true. Lin rubbed his temples. To me, a beautiful woman is like a thorny rose. The closer they get, the more wary I am of getting pricked. Smooth talker. At being called beautiful, Corolla initially wanted to scoff, but she couldn't help a slight smile. Still, I don't sense any of that wariness from you. Fine. Maybe I misjudged you this time. Consider yourself lucky. Leaving those words, Corolla turned and walked towards the door without a backward glance. Halfway there, she stopped suddenly. By the way, what's your name? Lin. Lin, I hope we don't meet again. No, actually, let's make sure we never do. The thought of everything that had just happened reignited her anger. This kid was annoyingly sly, acting innocent while making cutting remarks. No, you two will definitely want to see me again soon enough. Watching the pair of siblings leave, Lin smirked. Then he flipped his right hand, revealing two items in his palm. One was a gun, the other, a woman's wallet. The gun was Warner's, naturally, and the wallet had been lifted from Corolla when she'd pushed him down. From the start, Lin knew he looked like easy prey for her. But, in the end, the mantis stalked the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. To him, she was the perfect lamb. Right now, making money was his top priority. One part of his mission required him to meet strangers and hopefully stumble upon a match to complete the task, while the other part required him to scrape together enough cash to get to the capital. In that case, the source of money didn't matter, facing the extraordinary. Who would have thought the second son of the Bartleyan family would sink to the level of a pickpocket? Lin sighed, tossing the wallet in his hand. Actually, Corolla wasn't wrong. Lin, or rather, the original owner of this body, was indeed a noble, and not just any noble, either. Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, this title not only failed to bring him any benefits but also repeatedly put him in mortal danger, forcing him to live humbly, hiding his tail between his legs. How bad was it? The previous owner had committed some offense that earned him the title of Disgrace of the Nobility, leading to a scandal across the imperial capital. To quell the outrage, his family exiled him to the borderlands as a criminal. That, he could have dealt with. After all, the Bartleyan family's assets spanned the St. Roland Empire, and Orn was no exception. Even if he had to spend his entire life here, he could have lived comfortably. But due to Orn's distance from the capital, coupled with poor communication, subpar living conditions, and constant warfare, no pampered family member wanted to suffer here. As a result, much of the family's holdings in Orn were left to the care of local stewards and servants. Over time, issues emerged. Being reduced off from the circle of relatives as managed for so long had allowed those stewards to develop smug. Some even used the Bartleyan name to capture assets and oppress the commonplace folks. The worst component, those despicable people, both underneath a person's orders or virtually misplaced in their delusions of electricity, dared to mistreat the grasp. Ever considering that Lin arrived, the mansion's stewards and servants right down to the coachman had regarded down on him. Outwardly, they known as him Young Grasp, however in truth, they dealt with him with disdain, following his orders only on the floor. For instance, the monthly stipend dispatched with the aid of the circle of relatives to preserve his lifestyle become seized totally by using those human beings. Or they'd come up with all sorts of reasons to hold him constrained, no longer allowing him to go out. One time, they even gave him a servant's uniform to put on, claiming the mansion was out of cash and he need to move earn his hold. They had been overtly signaling for him to wander away and fend for himself. Whilst the steward found out of this, he merely docked the wrongdoer's pay for a single day, and that was it. It became blatant humiliation. And that wasn't the worst of it. The unique proprietor had suffered a couple of assassination attempts. Lin suspected those reckless servants had been working with outside forces in these plots. It turned into throughout such attempts that Lin crossed over into this international, taking up this almost lifeless frame and seizing a risk to get away. From what he recalled, the scandal that rocked the capital became a calculated conspiracy against him. However, given his cutting-edge state of affairs, revenge became a luxurious he couldn't afford proper now. He sighed. The black cat at his facet regarded to experience his low spirits, letting out a tender meow. The cat changed into one he'd picked up on the road. Approximately 1/2 a month in the past, he'd discovered it alone and meowing at him, likely hungry. Maybe it changed into the intelligence in its eyes, or perhaps a sense of shared misfortune, however he'd taken it in. He reached out to scratch the cat below its chin. "Don't fear, little black. Perhaps we'll be lower back in the capital quickly sufficient." He turned into both speak me to the cat or to himself. Besides, a return to the capital would possibly throw off the forces searching him. No person might ever suspect the disgrace of the nobility, chased out like a stray canine, might dare to return. As he contemplated, a voice interrupted him, one so unexpected it sent chills down his spine. "No, you're no longer going everywhere." The voice became male and sounded casual. However, to Lin, it turned into as though lightning had struck. After a quiet week and the fatigue clouding his thoughts, he'd let his shield down and turned into stuck absolutely off defend. How had a person entered the room so silently, turned into it the identical force that had pursued him? These questions flashed through his mind in an on the spot. Lin tensed, his hand achieving for the revolver in his pocket. Yet it did little to ease his tension. He knew this turned into an age of steam and the supernatural or international where gods themselves have been recognized to stroll. In opposition to such electricity, a revolver changed into pitifully vulnerable. To avoid being ambushed, Lin leaned returned against the wall, scanning the room warily. He observed that the room had grown darker, even the gas lamp's mild had dimmed. Shadows oozed like ink, and faint ripples seemed inside the air. Then, under his watchful gaze, a figure, cloaked in darkness, rose silently from a pool of shadow at the floor. So, it became the strength of a supernatural being. Without hesitation, Lin drew his revolver and fired 3 photographs in quick succession. One geared toward the head, one at the heart, and one on the groin. "You were given guts, child," the shadow regarded, momentarily surprised by using Lin's ruthless photographs. However, that became all. While the bullets hit, there has been no blood. They surpassed via as if striking air, embedding inside the wall behind him. No physical form. The concept had slightly fashioned when Lin's instincts flared in alarm. In the subsequent second, the shadows surrounding the figure surged, dozens of writhing tendrils lunging at Lin like crashing waves. Even though he saw the assault coming, his regular body wasn't able to agile dodges, specifically after half of a month of sleep deprivation. Within seconds, his arms, legs, and neck were ensnared by way of the shadowy tendrils, lifting him off the ground. The shadowed discern approached. Its face became nonetheless obscured, impossible to parent. "Don't withstand. You'll suffer much less that manner," the determined stated, sounding young. "Before assembly the female, I can't permit you to be harmed." He was giving Lin no chance to combat again, tightening the tendrils round his limbs and neck. As air grew scarce, Lin observed it tough to breathe, but his mind raced. From the feel of it, the enemy wasn't absolutely incorporeal. His body became in reality combined with the shadows, making bodily assaults ineffective. In other words, his power came from darkness. If that were the case, then light might be able to dispel it. An idea, reckless but clear, flashed through Lin's mind. "How about a deal?" he wheezed. "Whoever you're working for, let me go and I'll repay. We've been tailing you for half a month. To let you go now would make all that effort meaningless." The shadow sighed. "Besides, to me, your repayment is worthless. Not to mention, the lady specifically requested to see you. A mere mortal, do you plan to defy her will?" Defy her will? That single phrase carried an implication that left Lin breathless. This shadow man wasn't here to kill him, but that presented its own set of complications. Still, he had no time to process that now. "All right, go to sleep. When you wake, we'll be there." With that, the shadow pressed in, smothering Lin. "I refuse." Lin wasn't about to leave his fate in someone else's hands. With his remaining strength, he gripped his revolver tightly. What he needed to do was simple. Bang! The bullet struck a small gas pipe in the corner, punching a hole through the metal. A hissing sound filled the room as gas began leaking out, carrying a strange odor. The shadow's expression froze. In his eyes, a flicker of disbelief appeared, and he instinctively took a step back. "What the hell are you?" Before he could finish, Lin pulled the trigger again. Boom! "You crazy guy. The primary component of gas is methane, which, whilst it reaches a positive awareness, will explode violently upon encountering an open flame. So, as the second one bullet pierced the gas line, a fireball erupted with a deafening blast. Growth! The explosion illuminated the whole room in an immediate. Scorching waves of heat swept through, shattering the distant cabinet and window glass. Flames surged wildly, igniting the bedsheets and curtains. Orange flames danced, fast spreading through the room's flammable wooden structures. It changed into then that abnormal change passed off. Confronted with the acute flames and explosion, the shadows that had unfolded throughout the room recoiled, retreating like a tied assembly. "It's healthy. Madman. You're AF ******ing madman." The shadow man cursed angrily, protecting himself with shadow strength to protect in opposition to the flames and explosion. He'd never anticipated his target to tug something so reckless just as he idea the task become whole. As an agent chargeable for intelligence and assassinations beneath the prince, the Shadow Man hardly ever revealed himself to others. Every person who had visible his face normally didn't live to inform the tale. Due to the restrictions of his supernatural potential, he by no means took on assignments throughout the day. In spite of this, as a third-rank supernatural being, he need to have been more than a fit for an everyday character like Lin. But here he was, on this very room tonight. Call it vanity, or a moment of mercy, however he'd located himself stuck off shield. He could hardly accept as true with this child had resorted to the sort of drastic degree. Did he truly now not fear demise inside the explosion himself? In the glow of the flames, the shadow guy squinted, his expression darkening. The armor-like shadows that had cloaked his frame had been compelled returned via the fireplace, melting away like ink, revealing his slim frame and faded face. The explosion had substantially weakened his power, as shadows are maximum vulnerable to mild. However, he had used his remaining little bit of power to shield Lin, in obedience to his prince's command. But this left his personal defenses skinny, exposing his body to the air. Luckily, he remained unhurt. Without hesitation, he started drawing in shadows around him, proceeding to disappear into the darkness. But earlier than he should act, a calm voice stopped him. "Don't pass." The Shadow Man looked up. By hook or by crook, Lin had broken unfastened from the Shadow's keep. He knelt at the ground, gasping for air, his clothes nevertheless smoldering, however his revolver changed into aimed progressively. Regardless of his sooty look, Lin's face was lit with exhilaration. "So, we could discover what's quicker, your shadow powers, or a bullet fired at 400 meters according to second aimed instantly at your coronary heart from less than 5 meters away." At this moment, with no shadows shielding him, his important factors had been uncovered in Lin's attractions. One bullet remained in the chamber. For a third-rank supernatural, our bodies weren't resilient sufficient to withstand a bullet. The Shadow Man's eyes fixed on Lin. The half-of-month-long surveillance had been to affirm his findings, to ensure that Lin possessed no hidden supernatural items. After all, he was from the Bartleyan family, with a father who became as soon as the iron-blooded Marquis, celebrated for his military accomplishments. The family had a large foundation. The shortage of any incidents at some stage in surveillance had decreased Lin's defend, even as making the shadow guy assume that this younger guy, after all that had befell, was surely an everyday person who resorted to petty theft to continue to exist. So he had come tonight, feeling completely at ease. Little did he assume that even at the final moment, this boy hadn't given up on turning the tables. The Shadow Man turned into furious. Commonly, he may want to have killed heaps like Lin without breaking a sweat. But this night, under the prince's orders, he needed to keep the boy's lifestyles. If it weren't for the Shadow Man gritted his tooth, his voice low. "What are you attempting to say?" Lin requested, indignant. "You're announcing that if it weren't in your guard being down, if it weren't for having to defend me, if you may pass all out, then this child wouldn't even have a threat to resist." The shadow guy didn't respond. However, his thoughts were plain. "Idiot," Lin sneered. "After being a supernatural this lengthy, haven't you discovered via now? It's now not that the stronger one usually wins. It's that the only who wins is always more potent." The shout made the Shadow Man's scholars contract. Lin's phrases echoed in his thoughts, stirring something deep within him. After a second, he closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. "I recognize." Seeing this, Lin set free a sigh of remedy. He had spouted a few random heroic nonsense, however it appeared to have labored. In fact, Lin had banked on the person shielding him throughout the explosion, which gave him the self-assurance to behave. The Shadow Man in reality respected this girl he served, so he would observe her orders to shield Lin. However, Lin, who changed into trying to escape, had no such qualms. Inside the face of a supernatural danger, protecting returned would be the height of stupidity. Being outmatched, he could only gamble with his life. Lin would have loved to kill the man right then, but his finger refused to pull the trigger. This guy wasn't here to kill him, only to take him to someone. If he killed the Shadow Man, he'd be offending yet another faction. Lin was in no position to afford that risk. Besides, the Shadow Man had mentioned that he had allies nearby. The city guard station is only 300 meters from here. I've fired 5 shots, and the gas explosion surely alarmed everyone around us. The guards will be here soon. Lin took a deep breath, making his final decision. It was a signal for the Shadow Man to leave before things escalated with the authorities. You're right, the Shadow Man muttered. Lin felt a weight lift off his chest, glad his gamble had paid off. Counting the money he'd stolen from Corolla, he might just have enough for a ticket out of here. Once the man left, he'd slip away in the dead of night. But to his surprise, the Shadow Man didn't leave immediately. Instead, after a brief pause, he looked in another direction and spoke. Stop watching the show. Don't you think you've humiliated yourself enough tonight? DMN. Lin cursed internally. He really did have a partner nearby. On full alert, he scanned the area for this new threat, only to hear a pleasant female voice. Don't bother looking. I'm right here, meow. Lin froze, his pupils widening. No way. In utter shock, he watched as the black cat he'd been holding stretched in a strange, fluid manner. It grew larger, slowly taking a human form. Within moments, a petite figure dressed in tight leather, barefoot, appeared out of thin air, kneeling lightly on top of Lin. She was so light, it felt as if she weighed nothing. The girl had porcelain skin, short hair, and delicate cat ears twitching atop her head. With her green, slit-pupiled eyes, she examined Lin, her gaze sparkling as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. Who knew that a mere human like you could do all this? Impressive. Little Black. You. At that moment, despair filled Lin's heart. Now he understood he'd been their plaything from the very starting. To them, his war had probably been nothing more than a baby's squabble. From the start, he'd had no threat of winning. Via the manner, I'm a female, so should you forestall calling me Little Black, the female said, mildly irritated, as she nimbly hopped off him. Calls Afia. I'm a third-rank supernatural and follower of Bounty. Oh, and that man over there. That's Morris, follower of. Sufficient with the chit-chat. Morris shot Afia a glare. Just take him already, I'll cover this mess. Seemingly annoyed by Afia's free tongue, Morris gave her an irritated look. However, Lin didn't care to remember any of it. With a pained expression, he choked out, Little Black, I notion we were pals. I by no means permit you to move hungry. I brushed your fur each day, scratched underneath your chin, even allow you to sleep on my chest. Lin recounted all their shared moments. Now that he conceived approximately it, he'd been treating her like royalty the complete time, no longer desiring to fear approximately a component. Afia's fuzzy ears twitched, and he or she seemed a bit touched. And while you went into warmth that time, I even used my hand to. Pervert. Earlier than he should finish, it become too past due. Caught off defend, Afia interrupted him in disgrace and fury, her narrow tail whipping difficult throughout his face. The blow left a stupid ache, and Lin's imaginative and prescient blurred as his recognition faded. In spite of everything, being caught supposed the worst he'd faced changed into dying. Taking someone down with him was nonetheless something. Who stated loss of life of embarrassment wasn't her actual manner to go. In his final conscious second, Lin concept Riley. The idiot who claims to be smart. When Lin regained consciousness, he was enveloped in darkness. Judging from the coarse sensation towards his paws and skin, his head become protected with a burlap sack, blocking his sight. Lin should feel himself lying on a platform, face up, with the occasional jolts underneath him suggesting he become in a moving carriage. His hands have been cuffed at the back of his again, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, he managed to press his proper index finger lightly in opposition to his left wrist, hidden from view. No longer far off, he should faintly hear a clock tower chime, steadily fading in the back of them as the carriage sped away. The bell tolled 10 instances. In contrast, the carriage interior became silent, as though he had been the only occupant. However, he knew better. Morris, along with his capacity to control shadows, could very well be lurking in a few corner, watching him. As for Little Black, or instead, Afia, he had no concept where she'd long passed. Not that he minded. As a minimum, this gave him a chance to think about his subsequent move. One issue, however, struck him as bizarre. Considering that Assembly Morris and the others, the gadget had gone silent, without a single notification or warning. Despite the fact that he didn't recognize the reason, Lin felt a sliver of remedy. In the end, some peace. With this in thoughts, Lin reviewed his current interactions with Morris. Who precisely turned into this woman? And what did she want with him? He had no solution to the first query, but he had a hunch approximately the second one. It in all likelihood had to do with the Bartleyan circle of relatives call. But now, as a disgraced, exiled criminal, all privileges stripped away, he became basically a nobody. In reality, from what he remembered, the previous owner of this frame had even attempted suicide some instances. He couldn't see what use he may be to each person. Misplaced in idea, Lin's adventure into the infamous soon came to an cease. The carriage slowed. The slight jolt snapped Lin returned to reality. Rapidly after, the door opened, letting a rush of cool air into the carriage. At the identical time, a hoarse, elderly woman's voice sounded from close by. "Mr. Lin, time to get off." Someone climbed in and helped him up. Lin didn't withstand. Even though he controlled to break free of his handcuffs, he couldn't take at the woman's subordinates by myself. Except, having guessed part of their reason, he felt oddly calm. This is, till he met the person who known as himself the interrogator. Is that this underground? Though blindfolded, Lin should experience that he was being led down into a few underground facility. The descent took round 5 or 6 minutes, down what felt like an extended flight of stairs, accompanied via a winding corridor earlier than he become eventually compelled right into a seat. Then, the sack changed into yanked off his head. However, his cuffs remained, retaining his hands tightly bound at the back of him. As his imaginative and prescient adjusted, the bright light made him squint. He found himself in an easy, if stark, room. Other than the bare cement partitions, there was most effective a single table in the front of him. Some moments later, the door opened. A blond man entered, cold confronted, and took a seat across from Lin, pulling out a chair. He located a stack of papers and a pen at the table. With none pleasantries, the person spoke. "Are you Lin Bartleyan?" Lin sized him up. The man regarded to be in his overdue 1920s or early 1930s, tall, and 8504 CA0E3 FB5 BFCD BDF1 E8263 F0 C30F, his blonde hair sparkling below the mild. One look informed Lin this man changed into proud, perhaps even smug. Human beings like this were truly clean to cope with. So Lin gave a cold smile. "Yes, that's me." He then cockle-propped his boots up at the desk, pointing the soles toward the person. "In case you've long passed to the problem of shooting me, you have to already recognize my background. Perhaps you think the Bartleyan-owned family is a long way eliminated from here. That Orn town is past their reach. However, if that's what you think, you're dead wrong. Baron Augusta and my father cross way again. If you don't want this to come back to chunk you, you'd hire launch me while you continue to can." The Augusta circle of relatives turned into 9AAF3F374C58E8C9DCDD1EBF 10256 FA5 in Orn, with vast nearby influence, like a proverbial big fish inside the region. Subsequently, the blond man spoke. "You are saying your father and Baron Augusta are near?" "Of course. Then why don't I recognize approximately it?" The blond man spoke back, expressionless. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ryan Augusta, the eldest son of the family." Lin quickly dropped his legs from the table, feigning shock. It was as if he couldn't believe the Augusta family was the one that had captured him. Seeing this reaction, Ryan's scorn deepened. "To be honest, having to interrogate someone at this hour is a pain. If we could be a bit more considerate of each other, it would be much appreciated. But you don't seem to realize your situation. From that little speech of yours, I gather you think you're pretty clever." Unfortunately, Ryan suddenly stood and headed towards the door. "The people I despise most are half-witted fools who think they're smart." Moments later, 2 guards entered, cracking their knuckles, smirking. "Ryan, Her Highness the Princess didn't authorize you to torture him. You're overstepping your authority." Outside the cell, Morris's figure emerged from the shadows on the wall, his expression severe as he glared at the blond man. Ryan cast him a sidelong glance. Her Highness just finished dealing with the Creation faction's rebellion and is resting at the estate. She'll be here later. As her scribe, in her absence, I have the right to proceed this way. Morris shook his head. Then I have nothing more to say, but you should keep one thing in mind. The man in that cell is cunning, with a deep-seated streak of madness. Be cautious. He's nothing but a pathetic fool. Ryan sneered. If he were truly clever, he wouldn't have earned the label, disgrace of the nobility, and been exiled to this border town. It's you and Afia who are the fools, bungling even a simple task. Once Her Highness arrives, I'll let you explain yourself. Enough nonsense. Morris gave a cold snort, then melted back into the shadows. As he disappeared, Ryan's face showed undisguised disdain. He and his family, the Augustas, had pledged allegiance to the princess only after she arrived in Orn City. Morris, Afia, and the others, on the other hand, had served her for much longer. Ryan had urged the princess more than once to discard those lowly ruffians, insisting that the Augusta family's support was all she needed. Unfortunately, she seemed sentimental, disregarding his suggestion. Lynn's frame curled up like a shrimp, mendacity on the bloodless floor. Just moments in advance, the two guards, seemingly performing on Ryan's orders, had one guy maintaining him up even as the opposite punched him again and again inside the abdomen. After 10 stable blows, he could slightly stand, his insides churning. However, a faint, cold smile seemed at the nook of his mouth. In truth, he'd best placed on this pitiful act as a display for his captors. Lynn wasn't approximately to leave his destiny in a person else's hands. And as he had idea just minutes ago, managing a person like Ryan turned into absolutely quite easy. All he needed to do turned into let Ryan experience as although he had been on top of things of the whole lot. After that, Ryan's arrogance would ultimately consume him, exposing a flaw. Lynn's activity changed into to capture that flaw and deliver a deadly blow. To this point, the entirety changed into going consistent with his plan. But it surely did hurt. Lynn idea to himself quietly. Once the personal punishment ended, the two guards propped him lower back onto his chair, leaving without every other glance. Before lengthy, Ryan backed to the mobile. Searching down from above on the immobile Lynn sitting in his chair, he sneered, to be sincere, I'm in actually horrific temper proper now. Morris and his guys failed these days, which likely manner'll be dealing with a few punishment too. You have to recognize, at the foundation of it, that is all your fault. His gaze turned into full of disdain. If it weren't on your stupid resistance, none of this would have occurred. And peculiar attitude, as if the sufferer had been one way or the other at fault. Lynn didn't argue, although his face seemed weak, he nodded in agreement. If it weren't for that one night time along with your mother, you wouldn't be right here sitting around like a few right gentlemen. He was seeking to initiate Ryan, hoping he would lose his calm judgment. As anticipated, Ryan took a deep breath. Evidently earlier lesson wasn't harsh sufficient. He became and left again. Moments later, every other brutal beating awaited Lynn. Why couldn't human beings research their lesson? Out of doors the mobile, Ryan leaned against the wall, eyes closed, being attentive to the sounds of punches and muffled groans coming from inner. Simply then, he heard the sound of drawing near footsteps from a distance. Ryan's eyes snapped open, searching towards the distant staircase. A set of human beings entered the underground jail below Augusta Manor. At the front was a long-haired lady in a navy uniform, a cloak draped over her shoulders. Her whole presence exuded an air of steely clear-up and authority. She became tall, with a shapely discern, and both dignified and implementing, her lengthy, narrow legs encased in knee-excessive boots. Like an empress reigning supreme, she intimidated anybody round her. Regrettably, a black, patterned mask included her face, obscuring her features. Your Highness, even someone as proud as Ryan couldn't help however kneel on one knee to greet her. Rise. The woman, addressed as Your Highness, stepped past Ryan, walking immediately to the cellular door. Upon hearing the sounds from within, her forehead furrowed deeply. I consider in reality declaring that he become now not to be harmed in any way before I noticed him. Her voice become laced with an icy part. My apologies, Your Highness. Rhine bowed. But you furthermore MGHT granted me a few level of autonomy in selection making. Primarily based on my assessment, if I have been to let him see you immediately, it can lead to an ugly outcome. So I took it upon myself to tame this clever little fellow. In Rhine's view, violence and worry were the fine methods to instill submission. Lin become no exception. A clever little fellow, that's your evaluation of him. Upon hearing Rhine's clarification, her bloodless voice softened slightly. Yes, he's respectable by using everyday requirements, capable enough to be of a few help to Your Highness's reason. Rhine nodded. But that's all, actually. She paused, then spoke. Open the door. I need to look him myself. After the second beating, Lin didn't actually have the electricity to sit up straight in his chair. At this factor, his hands remained cuffed below the table, his head resting weakly against its part, absolutely drained. Before long, the door opened once more. He expected to pay attention Rhine's disdainful voice over again. Unexpectedly, what greeted him first was the scent of roses and the crisp sound of a woman's boots clicking against the floor. Unfortunately, he couldn't muster the energy to lift his head. A moment later, a clear and cold voice rang out. Lin Barthion, 17 years old, former student at the St. Roland Royal Academy of the Extraordinary. During your time at the Academy, you excelled academically with remarkable talent, rising to a Tier 4 extraordinary rank within just 2 years of enrollment. Not only that, but you also requested multiple combat applications, passing assessments and earning permission to join the front lines in the demonic wars. As a second-year student, you even led a squad of 4th years in combat, establishing numerous military achievements, earning yourself the rank of captain at a very young age. You were supposed to become the youngest officer in the Empire's history, advancing even further with the support of the Barthion Marquisate. You had a beautiful fiancée, a teacher who cherished you, and classmates who respected you. Your future should have been bright. But ever since that incident, everything was completely destroyed. Lin remained silent. Seeing this, the woman with the pleasing voice didn't seem angered by his lack of response. Since you're not talking, I'll continue. A year and a half ago, during the 13th Crusade by the Holy Sword Legion against the demonic forces, you received an order. You and your elite team were tasked with supporting the Legion commander in an extremely dangerous decapitation mission. After the mission, you thought you saw an opportunity for further victory, so you disregarded orders to return to camp, recklessly advancing deeper into enemy territory for personal glory. Your team members tried to persuade you to turn back multiple times, but you ignored them, gambling the lives of the entire squad on your pursuit of honor. According to reports, your unit was later ambushed by the demons, resulting in heavy casualties, and you alone survived, returning to camp at the cost of everyone else's lives. Afterward, you faced a military tribunal, narrowly escaping with your life due to your father's interventions, but you became infamous throughout the imperial capital. Even your faith abandoned you. The Archbishop of the Holy Order personally stripped away your divine endowment, leaving you a common man, forever unable to tread the path of the extraordinary. Your family labeled you a disgrace, exiling you from the capital to this distant border. Did I get it right, Mr. Disgrace of the Nobility? Become my weapon. Upon hearing the woman's account, Lin, with his head bowed low, let a cold smile creep onto his face. His past self really was nothing more than a pitiful wretch. Based on his memories, the reality of that war differed starkly from the official reports. Originally hailed as a battle hero, he was instead labeled a coward who abandoned his comrades and fled. Even his achievements were erased without a trace. Lin straightened himself up, shifting into a less uncomfortable position against the chair. He was familiar with the theory of Theseus's ship. Every cell in a person's body is replaced countless times over their life. So, in a strict sense, the person who's born isn't the same one who dies. Then, what is it that truly defines a person? To Lin, it was memory. Memory shapes one's character and qualities, determining the choices one makes at the crossroads of life. So why draw a hard line between his current self and the previous Lin from Blue Star? At this moment, with all those memories, he was indeed the youngest son of the Bartolon family. For that reason, he had no respect for the report in her hands. With this in mind, Lin lifted his gaze. Under the dim light, he observed Rhine standing silently nearby with downcast eyes, and the woman seated in front of him. Judging by her figure and bearing, she must have been unreasonably beautiful, yet frighteningly so, like a rose with sharp thorns. Oddly, she didn't reveal her face. Instead, she wore an intricately patterned black mask that covered her fair, delicate face, leaving only a pair of cool, beautiful eyes visible. Dangerous. The moment he saw her, Lin made a silent judgment. So, this must be the lady that Morris had mentioned. With this realization, Lin sighed lightly, lifting his cuffed hands. I must say, these cuffs are a bit too tight. Any chance you could take 'em off? He turned to Rhine, voicing his complaint. Save your jokes for the afterlife. Rhine replied expressionlessly. At this, Lin sighed. Seems like we really don't get along. Since that's the case, I have one more request. The masked woman raised a hand to stop Rhine from responding. Go ahead. Let him leave. Lin gestured toward Rhine. I'm guessing you want to ask me something, right? But with him here, I'm too nervous. Can't remember a thing. Fine. The masked woman gave a slight nod, agreeing to Lin's request. But Rhine still hesitated. Just then, Lin was overtaken by a sudden coughing fit, bowing his head. In the dim light, Rhine saw blood splattering from his mouth, likely internal injuries from the guard's earlier punishment. So he really had lost his threat. After all, with his divine endowment factor stripped away, Lin Bartolon was just an ordinary man. Even if he had some clever tricks up his sleeve, what could he possibly do in the tightly guarded cellar? With that last bit of suspicion cleared, Rhine nonetheless decided to issue one last warning. After a brief nod to Her Highness, he circled the table, grabbing Lin by the hair and leaning close to his ear. Behave yourself. Lin's face broke into a dazzling smile. HMPH. Rhine scoffed, releasing his grip on Lin's hair, then turned and left. With that, only Lin and the masked woman remained in the narrow cell. I've granted your request. Now, answer my questions. About the contents of this report, is there anything you want to say? The masked woman's voice was cool yet ethereally clear. Something to say. Lin's reply sounded half like he was answering her and half like he was talking to himself. Madam, the fact that you could access this file means you hold a high position within the Empire's administration. That being so, you should also be aware of how far those lazy bureaucrats are willing to go to cover up the truth for their own gain. The events of that year, they were orchestrated by that woman. It was a total setup, a complete slander. So, I refuse to acknowledge a single word. The air grew heavy with tension. Through her mask, the woman scrutinized Lin with a piercing gaze, as if trying to see through him. After a moment, she turned to the next page in the file. The woman you refer to is that your former fiancée, Miss Irina Mozgra of the Snowhawk family. Lin glanced at her. Your statement at the time mentioned that she issued a fake military order and provided false intelligence, using you and your squad as bait. This led to the death of all 132 members of your unit. Then, she climbed her way up the ranks over your comrades' bodies, becoming the youngest Valkyrie in the Empire's history after wiping out tens of thousands of demons in the Solan Mountains. You even accused her of colluding with the demons, which would constitute treason. Unfortunately, the Empire eventually dismissed these so-called charges. Hearing this, Lin took a deep breath. You didn't bring me to a place like this just to rub salt in my wounds, did you? The masked woman nodded. Let's move on to some information you might not know. She extracted another stack of papers from the file. Under Lin's gaze, her cold, clear voice filled the silence once again. Since you were exiled to Orn City a year and a half ago, several major events have occurred in the imperial capital. First, after leaving the battlefield, your fiancée Irina participated in an experiment at the St. Roland Research Institute. With the help of researchers, she successfully transplanted the divine endowment factor taken from you, advancing to the 5th rank and becoming the only extraordinary of her age to reach the legendary tier. This solidified her reputation as the Empire's Valkyrie even more. After that, Rena and the Snowhawk family, leading a faction of nobles, began suppressing the Bartolon family. The first to be affected was your father, Marquis Bartolon. Due to the mistakes you supposedly committed, he was forced to resign from his post as Minister of Military Affairs. Back home, he fell seriously ill and has been in a coma ever since. Your elder brother also died during a military operation. The investigation deemed it an accident. As for you, since being sent to Orn City, you must have noticed it yourself. At this point, the masked woman lifted her gaze toward Lin. The servants who have turned against you, and the forces covertly trying to eliminate you. Lin remained silent. He hadn't anticipated such monumental changes happening back in the capital after he left. The Bartolon family had completely fallen apart, but as she explained this, he found himself growing increasingly curious about the masked woman before him. Madam, what exactly is your purpose in bringing me here? The masked woman nodded slightly. In that case, I'll be frank. After experiencing so much injustice, I imagine you're now filled with anger. She leaned forward, clasping her hands together. If so, I hope you can turn that anger into strength. Lin Bartolon, I want you to work for me. In return, those who slandered you, I'll silence them. Those who sit high above, I'll drag them into the depths. Those who humiliated you will make them suffer endlessly. Hypnosis experiment. Upon hearing her words, Lin fell silent. After a second, he spoke, his head nonetheless decreased. Sounds now not too awful. So, what do you want me to do? The masked girl seemed to have anticipated this query and responded without hesitation. I need you to return to the imperial capital, inherit your father's title, and swear the entire Bartolon circle of relatives' allegiance to me. The Bartolon-owned family is a long-time line of benefit, not like the one's upstart nobles with no foundation. Your circle of relatives has massive impact inside the military. Although your circle of relatives' strength is waning, it's nonetheless a force which could have been neglected. And besides, the masked girl paused, searching at Lin with an unreadable expression. Your own family seems to be quite rich. I need you to provide me with a regular float of monetary assist. As matters stand, your father is gravely unwell and on the brink of demise, your elder brother died in conflict, and aside from your younger sister, most effective you stay within the Bartolon line of path, except for the child in your sister in Regulation's womb. So, it's best logical which will inherit the name. Lin shook his head. Madam, you ought to recognize that I'm pretty tons a public enemy inside the capital. There's no manner they'll let me inherit the title easily. That's my hassle to address. You handiest need to answer me. Do you compromise or now not? With a shrug, Lin responded, I suppose I don't have a whole lot purpose to refuse. If this turned into truly why they'd captured him, then Lin should agree to the suggestion. He may want to usually play along at the surface and discover a hazard to escape later. In any case, her demand turned into outrageous, nearly swallowing the complete Bartolon-owned family entire. It wasn't simply her. The nobles in the capital had been likely lining up for a share as nicely. And it became all thanks to that fiancé of his. Lin sneered inwardly. As if sensing his thoughts, the masked woman continued, wait a moment, I haven't completed list my terms. This arrangement offers no insurers, as you well know. Supporting her chin with one hand, she revealed a narrow, light wrist, giving her cool demeanor and suddenly pleasing touch. So, before we continue, you'll need to assist us with a test. What sort of test? Lin frowned barely. Of path, she wasn't naive enough to base this stage of collaboration on mere words. An experiment in intellectual manipulate. She tapped her forehead. In different words, a hypnosis test. She said it bluntly. You need to turn me into your puppet. Lin chuckled. So that you'd advantage all the Bartolon family's wealth without spending a single penny. Quite the bargain. So, what's your solution? I refuse. Naturally, Lin would by no means agree. Going through with the experiment would mean handing her general manipulate over his existence and dying, making him her entire slave with none potential to face up to. Care to share your purpose? The masked woman confirmed, no surprise. It doesn't appear to be the Bartolon-owned family has any other manner out. Lin smiled. I haven't any goal of turning into a prisoner without autonomy. I'd alternatively be lifeless. What if I promised that so long as you didn't actively betray me, I wouldn't use hypnosis to govern your will? That also won't work. Now the masked female was simply intrigued. In her view, the terms she'd supplied need to had been irresistible to a fallen noble thirsting for revenge. She'd encountered many people pushed by using vengeance, willing to descend into hell to reap their ends. However, this younger guy before her regarded to have no such choice. Why? She asked directly, then appeared to recognize something all at once. Possibly you don't realize my identification, in which case I. That's inappropriate, Lin interrupted. Permits use an analogy, madam. Could you board a deliver destined to sink? What do you imply? The masked female frowned slightly. In method Lin leaned again towards the chair, his tone calm, irrespective of who you are or what your intentions are. You may accomplish something with the rabble you've collected under you. Sensing his contempt, her voice grew colder. Are you below the affect that I'm a person to be trifled with? Lin Bartolon, you've got best paths earlier than you. First, be given my idea. After the experiment, grow to be my subordinate. Second, I'll extract your reminiscences and feature a person impersonate you to take over as the brand new Bartolon family head. And the final results of that second option went without pronouncing. She wasn't strolling a charity. Once he lost his fee, death could be his handiest destiny. Or possibly there's a third option. Unexpectedly, Lin stretched lazily, then slowly pressed a completely loaded revolver onto the table. A sudden flip of events. The masked girl's gaze sharpened. Despite the fact that his shackles hadn't been removed, Lin's proper hand had some way slipped unfastened. A closer appearance found out the bottom of his thumb was quite swollen and red. This turned into a dislocation approach Lin had once studied approximately, and exceedingly, it labored on his first try. He looked at the masked woman, who'd fallen silent, grinning widely. Properly, changed into I wrong. The people you have here are nothing but a useless gang of fools. As he toyed with the revolver, Lin continued. The gun originally belonged to Warner, and had been confiscated long ago. This one he'd lifted from Ryan when he whispered in his ear. With just a simple trick, it was easily done. He'd known from the start that to handle someone like Ryan, he only had to let him think he was in complete control. Ryan's arrogance would lead him to drop his guard and make a mistake. And Lin, of course, seized that opening. So from the beginning, you put on that act to lull Ryan into letting his guard down, to arrange this moment when we're alone. The masked woman looked Lin up and down, as if seeing him in a new light. Exactly. Lin opened his mouth, showing the bite mark inside. He probably saw me spitting blood and assumed I'd lost all strength to resist. Foolish to the extreme. Madam, after this is over, you might want to consider replacing your subordinates with some competent ones. You think you can escape from this dungeon? Her voice remained calm. Even if you reach the surface, the area above is still our territory. Spare me the bluffing. Lin interrupted her again. Madam, those words won't fool me. Oh. She looked at him, intrigued. You think that blinding my sight and binding my hands on the way here left me helpless? Lin rose and walked toward her. When I was captured, it was around 9:40 p.m., and when I woke, the central clock tower in Orn City struck 10. With only 10 minutes, it would be impossible to leave the city, and thanks to the chimes, I could estimate our relative location. As for the rest of the way, I could rely on my sense of time and direction. Oh, and by the way, a person's pulse, breath, even heartbeat, can be used to measure time. With these factors and my memory of Orn City's map, it was easy to pinpoint our current location. Underground at 109 Kings Avenue. Am I right? Put down the gun, let's talk. Lin spoke as he moved closer to the masked woman. He had no intention of sparing her. He pressed the muzzle of the gun directly to her forehead without hesitation. With his reasoning laid out, the once curious masked woman fell silent. She didn't appear frightened by the dark barrel of the gun but seemed more absorbed in the surprise of Lin's words. After a while, she raised her hands and began to applaud lightly. You're right. That fool Ryan nearly overlooked someone with your talents just a bit clever. That's laughable. Lin Bartolon, you're becoming more and more intriguing to me. Her cool eyes now showed a spark of excitement. The more you act like this, the less willing I am to let you go. Don't compliment me like that, madam. I might fall for you, Lin replied, almost flirtatiously. Though his tone was light, his hand holding the gun didn't waver. After all, the woman before him was someone who could command the submission of Rhine and the Augusta family. Her actual strength was unknown, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Even if she were just an ordinary person, she'd surely have powerful artifacts to protect her life. And that unshaken calm she carried gave him a nagging sense of unease. But regardless, he had no way back if he wanted to escape from here. Fall for me, the masked woman repeated with a faint smile, saying nothing more. Ignorant fool. If you ever saw my face beneath this mask, would you still say such a thing? She mused silently, but Lin had no idea what she was thinking, nor did he care. He nudged the muzzle against her forehead. Madam, call Rhine in. No hurry. I have a few questions for you, she replied, ignoring his threat. There's something I'm curious about. From what you said earlier, I can tell you despise the nobles of the capital, and I don't have much fondness for them either. Ultimately, our goals align. So, is it more important to act out of impulse, or to gather strength and focus it outward? Surely you can weigh the two. As for your claim that my men are useless, I won't deny it, but that isn't the real reason for your refusal. Through her mask, she locked eyes with Lin, her crimson gaze unwavering. It's unladylike to be so inquisitive. Lin attempted to change the subject. And holding a gun to a lady's head is far from gentlemanly, she replied with a faint smile. Lin sighed. All right. Since you're so eager to know, I'll tell you. It's about your eyes. My eyes? She frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. When I look at your gaze, I don't see much difference from those capital nobles you despise, Lin said with a smile. Even when you're speaking to me, your eyes aren't truly on me. Whether it's Morris who came to capture me, Rhine, or you. In essence, you're no different from those aristocrats you so despise. She instinctively wanted to argue back, but the words stopped short. Well, it's about time, Lin said, noticing her silent contemplation. He wasn't interested in wasting time on such trivialities and gestured once more. The masked woman paused briefly, then raised her voice. Rhine, come in. Yes. A faint response came from outside. Then, the blond man stepped through the door. He assumed that Her Highness had concluded the discussion and that he was needed to handle the aftermath. But as he lifted his gaze, he suddenly froze. Her Highness sat in the chair, arms folded, while the prisoner had somehow freed himself from his handcuffs and was holding a gun to her head. Seeing this scene, Rhine's mind nearly exploded. His expression turned dangerously cold as his hand instinctively reached for his gun. But after touching his empty holster, he hesitated. When did you shush? Don't make a sound. Lin pressed his index finger to his lips. If I catch any hint that you're trying to send a message, I won't hesitate to empty all 6 rounds into her. And sure, I'd be dead afterward, but if it means taking you with me for neglecting your duty, I'd say it's worth it. Rhine's forehead was slick with sweat. His eyes widened, blazing with rage, as if he wanted to kill Lin on the spot. But Her Highness was his hostage. He knew that Her Highness wouldn't be harmed, given her own abilities. Still, the mere sight of a madman holding her at gunpoint would make his position utterly indefensible. Put down the gun, and let's talk this out. Even Rhine, proud to his core, had to acknowledge the reality and lower his tone. Looking into Lin's calm gaze, Rhine wanted nothing more than to go back and slap himself senseless. Morris was right. This wasn't just some clever schemer. He was a madman capable of turning the tide with a single chance. A bit clever didn't even begin to describe him. Seeing Rhine's bloodshot eyes, Lin's face took on a hint of mockery. Finally willing to look at me properly. If you keep calm, I'll agree to any of your conditions. Rhine forced the words out, barely restraining his anger. Any condition? Lin's lips twisted into a mischievous smile. Rhine had a sinking feeling, but he forced himself to say, of course, I swear it on the Augusta family's honor. All right, then take off all your clothes, walk out naked, and shout to everyone you meet, I'm a gay man. At this, Rhine's expression contorted. How could he not realize that Lin was deliberately humiliating him to pay back the beating he'd ordered? This guy, seeing Ryan's hesitation, Lin taunted, "So it seems the honor of the Augusta family and this lady's safety don't mean much to you. Do you have any idea who she really is?" Ryan began, intending to tell Lin the true identity of the highborn woman he was dealing with. But before he could finish, a frigid look from Her Highness stopped him. It seemed to say, "Be silent. Do as he says." Ryan was thoroughly stunned. He couldn't understand why Her Highness would tolerate this thug's intimidation, or why she didn't simply kill him on the spot, but instead was going along with his game. But as her subordinate, he had no choice but to follow her command. In the end, Ryan's spirit seemed to break as he lowered his head in utter despair. "You really have a twisted sense of humor." When she looked up again, the masked woman saw a pile of clothes on the floor, and Ryan was gone. She had no interest in viewing her subordinate unclothed. Moments later, a commotion erupted outside the prison, filled with gasps and shouts, which quickly escalated into chaos. "Well then, my lovely lady, please keep your eyes closed a little longer." Still aiming the gun, Lin removed his own clothes and swapped them for Ryan's uniform. Now, he looked like one of her personal guards. Once ready, Lin slipped the hand holding the gun into his pocket, keeping it aimed as he gestured for the masked woman to stand. "Let's go." Such beauty. Perhaps it was because Ryan's actions had caught everyone off guard. So, when Lin followed the masked woman out, no one seemed to look his way. It was too unbelievable to comprehend. The guards patrolling the underground prison were mostly from the Augusta family, and they knew all too well that their normally stoic young master was extremely proud, always looking down on others with disdain. And yet, here he was, completely naked and shouting, "I'm a gay man." It was shocking beyond belief. Had he been repressing his true nature for too long, and now, at last, he couldn't hold it back? A number of armored guards shivered involuntarily. Surrounded by stares from every direction, Ryan was filled with humiliation. "I am not a damn gay man." He wanted to scream out, but he had no choice but to obey Her Highness's command. Even if he tried to clear things up afterward or forbade anyone in the manor from speaking of it, it was futile. For nobles, gossip was an endless source of delight. He had no doubt that by tomorrow, rumors of him being gay would sweep through Orn City's upper-class circles. For someone as proud as he was, it was more painful than death. With a bitter heart, Ryan subtly signaled one of his guards, trying to get him to clear the area. But the guard, catching his gaze, averted his eyes and even took a step back. Seeing this, Ryan finally gave up hope. In that moment, he felt his anger rising and blood surging. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The path out of the prison was so unexpectedly smooth that even Lin found it hard to believe. He'd thought he'd be discovered or have to use the masked woman as a bargaining chip for some time, but nothing happened. As he stepped onto the final stairway to the outside, the breeze hit his face. Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Next, he only needed to find a carriage, head to the train station with her, and board the earliest train to the capital in the morning. "Madam, have a carriage prepared," Lin murmured. "Don't worry. Once this is over, you'll be back." The masked woman gave him a glance, saying nothing, and walked forward. Soon, an elderly woman approached them. "Do you need a carriage, Your Highness?" Her aged voice was familiar to Lin, as though she was the one who'd helped him out of the carriage. Realizing she'd seen his face before, Lin instinctively lowered his gaze, but he was startled to find that the elderly housekeeper didn't even glance his way. "Yes, it's ready and waiting up ahead." The housekeeper bowed low. The masked lady didn't respond and walked forward in silence. Lin's frame tensed. He didn't want her to apprehend him at the remaining second. But surprisingly, the antique woman by no means checked out him, as though she didn't care in any respect. Puzzled, he accompanied the masked girl to the carriage. The carriage changed into elegantly decorated, with tricky thorn patterns etched on it. Sporting excellent leather boots, the woman stepped into the carriage, resting her chin in her hand as she gazed out the window in silence. Just as Lin became about to comply with her the aged housekeeper's voice sounded in the back of him. "Your Highness, the kitchen has prepared a crimson velvet cake for dessert, at the sight of freshly brewed tea. You may have them whenever you desire upon your go back. She bowed meticulously and left, but on the phrases Your Highness, Lin froze mid-step. Your Highness, the identifier hit him like a thunderbolt. He regarded up stiffly at the fashionable girl sitting through the window. Even though he'd mentally organized himself, he'd underestimated her real identification. Who would have thought that the mastermind who'd orchestrated his kidnapping, planning to use him as a pawn, turned into one of the most noble and natural-blooded people in the empire? Why, in a far-off border town like Orn, might he come upon this sort of discern? Cold sweat soaked through the fabric on his lower back as his heart pounded wildly. At that moment, the gun in his hand felt as if it were burning warm. Though he didn't understand precisely which princess she was, the unconventional's primary plot targeted on the imperial succession, depicting severe power struggles among numerous princes and princesses. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to mention that each one changed into ruthless to the center. One princess even became dark, turning into the most effective villain within the complete novel, effective enough to tear aside the gods and nearly spoil the arena. How should he in all likelihood continue to exist against someone like that? Lin prayed silently, hoping his success wasn't that horrible. It were weeks for the reason that he'd arrived in this global, and he hadn't but encountered any of the characters from the story. Who'd have concept that nowadays, he'd run into one? Feeling aggravating, he opened the machine. The system was so vain and had backfired on him so regularly that he hadn't evolved the dependency of checking it frequently. Besides, his focus were on outsmarting him, and he'd forgotten all approximately it. Now, he become paying the charge. The masked woman observed his converting expressions and allowed a moderate smile to curl her lips. Thrilling to see you looking like this. Rather adorable. Allow me to introduce myself. She crossed her legs, sat up directly, her regal discern and the distinction of her rank now absolutely on display. My call is Evester Roland Alexini, 1/3 princess of the Saint Roland Empire. Lin Bartolon, need I name you ambitious, or truly blind? Individual name, Evester Roland Alexini. Plot level, S. Deviation from the storyline, 0.00%. Lin's closing hope vanished. The system wasn't preserving again any warnings because of negative behavior. It genuinely diagnosed that he was on the right path. So completing the preliminary quest was this easy. All he needed to do became nothing. He'd overthought the whole lot. However, why her, of all and sundry? Why the villainous princess who, ultimately, became left without even a shred of dignity? Her crimes had provoked the wrath of gods, almost destroying the arena, and in the end, everyone related to her confronted retribution, irrespective of how aways they fled. Grinding his teeth, Lin cursed the machine inwardly. As he regained his senses, he observed his palms and legs entangled in blood-crimson thorns. The thorns, sharp and snake-like, tightened round him, pinning him in region. Even a moderate motion added ache and numbness. The kidnapper's sport ends right here, Evester stated coolly, reverting to her traditional icy tone. Sleep. When you wake, the whole thing might be in order. As the thorn's poison took impact, drowsiness washed over Lin. Looking at her indifferent face, he felt a rush of indescribable emotion. Just like when Morris had captured him, he'd fought with all his braveness and foxy. Yet, right here he changed into, still ensnared, a pawn on a board, every step cornered, unable to break out the gaze of the gamers above. Lin became triumph over with melancholy. It wasn't simply the hypnosis experiment he'd need to face. It turned into that he'd boarded a ship certain to sink, without a light on the cease of the adventure. He desired to face up to. However, if she changed into the villainous princess from the novel, he didn't stand a hazard. Even now, with most effective a fraction of her strength, she could easily damage a whole town. Killing him could be as handy as crushing an ant. But the more he concept approximately it, the more unwilling he felt. Gritting his tooth, he resisted the waves of dizziness threatening to devour him. Looking at her, mere inches away, with her cool and luminous eyes, he suddenly felt a strange impulse. At the very least he should complete the system's initial quest. He didn't know how to raise the deviation percentage. So, he followed his gut instinct. In one swift motion, Lin raised his hand, pressed his palm against her face, and in one quick move, tore off her black mask. Even Evester was shocked. She hadn't expected him to do something so bold. "You want to die?" Her voice was icy, laced with pure malice and unending fury. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent swept over him, so intense it felt as if he'd be torn to shreds. Lin wanted to retort with a mocking comment, but as the mask fell away, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't bring himself to speak. Before him was a face of icy beauty, flawless and breathtakingly exquisite. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the most beautiful face he had ever seen. Yet a sinister, inky mark marred her otherwise perfect face, growing across her porcelain cheek like a curse. To this world, that mark symbolized sin and doom, a sign of divine disfavor. But to Lin, the mark only heightened her allure, lending her a dangerous, captivating charm. "So beautiful in his last conscious moments," he murmured. And inexplicably, the blood-red thorns, which had been poised to tear him apart, came to a halt. S-ranked character Evester Roland Alexini deviation raised to 0.01%. Preliminary quest complete, system unlocked, the being despised with the aid of all life. Evester had never experienced whatever beautiful in her lifestyles. This regarded to be foreshadowed from the day she became born. Her mother died in painful childbirth, her eyes unclosed even on the give-up. Not simplest that, but each newborn in the imperial capital born that same night died silently. The moment they saw her, human beings have been filled with worry. And little one should symbolize purity and innocence. But they noticed clean, dark, and evil markings growing on her face. Those marks, like a curse, have been deeply imprinted on her skin. Absolutely everyone who noticed the curse mark felt an instinctual fear and loathing that rose from their soul. A few who had been vulnerable-willed might faint simply through approaching her. The clergy from the Divine Order as soon as examined her. They prophesied before Saint Roland Vi, pointing out that from birth, this 1/3 princess of the empire became destined to be abandoned via the gods, her very life changed into the source of evil and fear, and she might carry a disastrous calamity to all. This curse mark was called malice, a curse embodying all the world's evil and grime. Each being born on this global could experience a deep-rooted aversion and rejection the moment they saw her. Consistent with culture, Evester, nevertheless in her swaddling garments, should have been sent to the Inquisition for execution. But ultimately, Saint Roland Vi spared her. But she had taken his loved wife's existence, and so, even though he became her father, he by no means confirmed Evester a kind face. In her memories, Saint Roland Vi always dealt with her differently than her siblings, scolding and putting her regularly. It regarded nobody had ever cherished her. Evester knew this from a very young age. The servants round her could smile at her with fear, but in the back of her returned, they openly referred to as her a monster, the disdain unmistakable. Her playmates by no means stayed long if they weren't useless, that they had long gone insane. Progressively, she came to keep in mind that her mere lifestyles in this world turned into a mistake. Because of the curse, no residing being in this global may want to ever love her. At maximum, they would worry her detrimental strength. But, this lifestyle's turned into given to her through her mom, and Evester didn't want to abandon it so without difficulty. So after cautious consideration, on her coming-of-age day, in front of the general public, she made an assertion. She would take part inside the succession rite, competing for the throne alongside the opposite 8 princes and princesses. Evester felt a faint premonition or instead, a hope. She notioned that if she should come to be the following emperor of Saint Roland, reworking this international to be much less ugly, in which every person may want to live in splendor and wish, possibly people's belief of her could change. This idea, evidently, was laughed off by way of absolutely everyone. How may want a woman seemed as a harbinger of disaster and a demon rightfully ascend to that role? But Evester didn't care approximately their critiques. On pinnacle of that, from that day forward, she wore a mask, permanently concealing her appearance. Mockingly, her mom had as soon as been the most beautiful lady within the entire capital. However, in the end, she have become someone who dared now not display her real face. To her, The malice curse on her face and the significant energy she possessed when you consider that delivery were now not a mark of honor, but as a substitute a supply of shame and scars. Due to her noble popularity, carrying the mask really lessened her effect on those around her. Regularly, a few humans even started to pledge loyalty to her. However, nobody dared to convey up words like appearance or appears in front of her. They all knew that the curse mark on her face had long been a sore spot for the princess. Who might dare to tear open her wound? If all and sundry did, it'd be a dying desire. So, the instant Lin recklessly removed Everster's mask, an extended repressed shame and anger, so extreme it nearly took physical shape, surged in her coronary heart. You need to die. She had a chunk of admiration for this down-and-out teenagers from the Bartolone family. As he'd talked about, her subordinates' abilities have been indeed average, a long way inferior to the ones of her siblings. Through the years, she'd developed a growing choice for successful allies to aid her. Many stuff couldn't be accomplished by using energy alone. So, upon meeting Lin, she'd skilled an extraordinary feeling of appreciation. But all and sundry who crossed her bottom line had most effective one final results. Dying. As electricity surged inside her, limitless blood-pink thorns, as if in sync with her internal fury, burst from the ground, surging towards the discern before her like a tidal wave. Human lifestyles turned into so fragile. A person as normal as him might shatter with simply a piece of force. Just as Everster was about to apply his life to cleanse her disgrace, a susceptible voice abruptly reached her ears. So lovely the thorns halted right at the floor of Lin's frame. Everster's hand froze. What did you say? Listening to that strange word, Everster's mind got here to a standstill. Beautiful. What became beautiful? The carriage? The thorns? The night? Or was he regarding her? Sensing Lin's gaze on her face, the solution was obvious. Everster took a deep breath. She looked into Lin's bright blue eyes, attempting to find worry or disgust in his gaze. Even the slightest trace of hesitation could make her crush him without mercy. But, whether due to his excessive cognizance or the pollutants on the blood-pink thorns affecting him, his spirit regarded a piece hazy. Either way, none of the terrible feelings she become accustomed to detecting from others regarded. Alternatively, she observed a hint of fascination. Ridiculous. Honestly, every dwelling being born in this global ought to experience nothing however revulsion at the sight of her face. So, what changed into this? For the first time, Everster felt an amazing feel of misunderstanding. The anger and disgrace that had filled her moments in the past had vanished without a hint. In its vicinity become a sense that left her perplexed. Hey, make yourself clear. She grabbed Lin by way of his collar, raising her voice barely. But he had fallen asleep at some point, a faint snore escaping his lips. Rattling it, no snoozing. I haven't completed wondering you. Everster regretted her impulsive movements simply now, her frustration developing. After a long even as, she waved her hand lightly. The raging thorns that had torn up the manor's garden shattered into limitless glimmering fragments of transcendent power, fading with the wind. Then, the elderly maid who had formerly left again. Her indifferent expression remained unchanged, and she didn't spare Lin a glance. Your Highness, should I dispose of him? The maid bowed. Everster remained silent, tossing the person in her hand toward her. The maid nodded, preparing to leave and make this nuisance vanish from the world. But the next second, she heard a hesitant voice from behind. Send him to the lab. Let Melanie handle it. No, just do your best to keep him alive. Yes, Your Highness. The elderly maid, facing away from her, was visibly surprised by the command. She looked at Lin with a rare hint of astonishment. Then, she dragged him off toward the underground prison once more. The defying system wake up. Awaken. In a one-half-asleep daze, Lin felt a few slaps throughout his face. He slowly opened his sleepy eyes. As he took in his surroundings, Lin turned into right away thrown into a kingdom of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? And why on earth am I completely naked? While he found out he became stark naked, tied to a chair, he fell into greatly surprised silence. He was in some kind of underground facility. Around him have been vintage, odd machines, multicolored gemstones, and sheets of parchment marked with complicated magical formations, intricately drawn and arcane. No longer far away on a stone table lay an open magical tome. One page changed into marked with an eye-like sample that looked disturbingly realistic, sending chills down his backbone. It seemed to pierce through him, imposing some form of proposal directly into his thoughts. Lin vaguely recalled that in the unique tale, this symbol changed into associated with the thoughts cult, active during the second 1 and 0.33 a long time. Later, an empire declared him a heretical sect and wiped him out completely. You're in the end conscious. Experiment number 126. The same voice sounded again. Lin seemed round, however, saw no one. The lab become empty. Changed into this region haunted. Hi there, I'm down right here. Ultimately, Lin diminished his head and noticed a small female status on the stairs beneath. She became round 12 or 13, clad in an oversized lab coat, with messy, short brown hair and a sprinkling of freckles on her nose, scrutinizing him with excessive consciousness. Who are you? Lin eyed her warily, attempting to go his legs. Simultaneously, he habitually activated his machine. Character name, Milani Valenera, plot level, D. Plot deviation, 0.00%, positive sufficient, her creation soon accompanied. My call's Milani. You could name me leave out Milani. The young female scratched her mop of hair, arms crammed in her pockets. No want for added chatter. You have to recognize why Her Highness Everster dispatched you right here, proper. Hearing this, recent reminiscences came rushing again to Lin. He gasped. Did I do something extreme? From the looks of it, doing away with her masks had definitely angered the villainous princess. Recalling the piercing relax he'd felt, Lin couldn't suppress a shiver. A few things you most effective admire after narrowly heading off loss of life. At this moment, he would as an alternative run via the streets shouting I'm into guys than face that enraged woman once more. But for some purpose, she had spared his existence. However, it regarded the experiment stated within the underground prison changed into unavoidable. You're going to brainwash me? Lin frowned. Milani shook her head. No longer low-grade thoughts control. It's hypnosis. Apprehend. Abilities and magic related to the mind are noticeably uncommon, and currently, humanity's control over them is limited to appeal, forgetfulness, and psychological idea, every one avoided with the aid of the St. Roland Empire's 3 major churches. Every of those abilities comes with its very own downsides. For example, charm easily stirs up people's dreams, making them lose reason, and guidelines aren't effective on people with robust willpower. So, research into the mind has constantly intrigued me. I've been exploring this area for a long time. In quick, my intention with hypnosis is to gain general manage over someone's thoughts and frame in a subtle manner. More often than not, the hypnotized character isn't any special from others, absolutely unaware of their state. However, once a trigger is activated, they input an unconscious state, obeying every command of the hypnotist. The hypnotist's orders turn out to be imprinted upon the challenger's mind, even capable of adjust their know-how of reality. So, experiment number 126, keep in mind that you're part of a groundbreaking experiment. Milani tiptoed nearer, peering into Lin's eyes with an peculiar depth. Lin's lip twitched. Am I able to decline? Of path now not. Milani patted his head affectionately, then placed a crude helmet-like device on his head. Enough whining. Now which you're conscious, we can begin. As she spoke, Milani moved in the direction of a slab blanketed in soil. On it, the eye from the magical tome became engraved, surrounded via an internet of magical formations and numerous slots for mana stones. The slab changed into stressed out to a sequence of rickety machines, which have been connected to the helmet on Lin's head. Looks like I'm sitting in an electric chair, Lin grimaced. His fate turned into in someone else's palms, and there has been no way to face up to. Just out of curiosity, what passed off to the preceding 125 check subjects? Lin asked with a strained smile. Milani flashed him a sly grin. Hey, that said it all. Seeing this, Lin deserted any concept of using a lure to talk his manner out. This woman changed into without a doubt a mad scientist, a long way too engrossed in her work to be swayed by way of a few words. Especially whilst this changed into a command from Her Highness. No, I want to find a manner out myself. Lin glanced down at his frame. His fingers and legs were shackled to the armrests, and several leather straps shore his waist securely to the chair. It seemed Evester and her human beings were tremendously cautious of him. Currently, he became just an everyday individual with no powers, making escape impossible. Understanding this, he stopped looking to war and instead centered on his remaining wish. System. The following second, a display screen seemed before him. But it regarded exceptional from the simple interface he remembered. This time, the gadget seemed completely unlocked. Name, Lin, species, human, age, 17, faith, none. Rank, none, extraordinary power, none, divine factor, 0. Remaining system points, 1. The empty screen made Lin feel somewhat disheartened. He remembered that his original self once had faith in one of the Empire's 3 main churches, reaching a peak of 136 divine factors, an outstanding level for his age. But there was no time to reminisce. His attention shifted to another entry. Why do I have 1 system point? He mentally asked the system. Host has successfully increased the plot deviation of S-rank character Evester Roland Alexini to 0.01%. Earning 1 system point as a reward. Additionally, the host can spend points to acquire and enhance various extraordinary abilities or ignite new divine factors to strengthen their power. Lin was stunned. Only 1 point for influencing an S-rank character. How pitiful must E and F ranks be? On second thought, though, most people fell under E and F ranks, and with enough numbers, that could become substantial. This system was truly defying the odds in every sense. All those half-months of suffering were starting to pay off. After a moment, Lin focused his gaze on the system interface's right side. There was a circular disc resembling a bas-relief, divided into 36 sectors, each inscribed with a unique ancient symbol. One symbol in particular was familiar, resembling stars linked together, the exclusive mark of the divine order. Could it be that each symbol represented a deity? The original story hadn't mentioned anything like this. Could there really be so many? Holding his breath, Lin touched the pointer at the center of the disc, and a prompt popped up. Would you like to spend 1 system point to draw a random ability? Yes. T-circular disc began spinning wildly. Meanwhile, Milani inserted various mana stones into the slots on the stone slab, completing the final steps of her procedure. So Lin began to murmur to himself. Please, dear system, your brother's begging here. Give me a decent ability. The Lie Eater and the Prisoner of Fate. An extraordinary person, by definition, is someone with supernatural abilities. But where do these powers come from? The answer is simple. In this world, where steam machinery, swords, and magic coexist, these powers are gifts from the gods. Thus, extraordinary individuals are also known as God-given. Generally, to become extraordinary, one must first choose a faith and join a corresponding deity's church. Then, they undergo an aptitude test at the cathedral. This test distinguishes ordinary people from those with supernatural potential, and those who pass become candidates. When the time is right, the church gathers these candidates and arranges a God-giving ceremony. At this ceremony, the more devout are more likely to succeed. Once you pass the God-giving ceremony, you receive a divine trial, the difficulty of which is related to your rank. The lower the rank, the simpler the trial. For instance, to become a first-rank extraordinary, one might simply need to please the deity, like offering precious items. As ranks increase, the difficulty of trials grows exponentially. Take, for example, the Empire's famous strongman, the Dragon Slayer Bio of the Saint Dragon family. His trial to ascend to the legendary 5th rank was to slay a living dragon. Once you complete all trials, you can reach out to the deity and pray for promotion to the next rank. Advancing in rank brings significant rewards. You not only gain new abilities but also ignite additional divine factors, enhancing your powers. Generally, the awakened powers of an extraordinary are closely linked to the deity's domain. For example, Lin's previous self had been a follower of the Divine Order Church. The deity of this church was the master of a billion stars, so its followers' abilities often related to airflow, gravity, weather, and even magnetism. After you pick a religion, you could pursue every other. Consequently, the powers of great people on this international are regularly restricted and singular. It's extremely rare for every person to wield powers from more than one faiths. Or as a substitute, there's clearly no precedent for it. From at the present time forward, Lin would become that precedent. Even though his divine factors were stripped, and his faith misplaced, the machine modified the whole lot. With the aid of increasing the plot deviation of the original tale characters, he should earn gadget points and use them to accumulate or enhance abilities. According to the gadget, he could even ignite divine elements independently. The results had been astounding, but nonetheless, increasing plot deviation wasn't smooth. He'd nearly been killed by means of that villainous princess just for a 0.01% alternate. Now, watching the hastily spinning disc in the front of him, Lin felt apprehensive for the first time. What capability might he gain from the device's first praise? To him, it turned into a count of existence and dying without delay, affecting his survival on this experiment. Underneath his gaze, the disc slowed down, regularly stopping before him. The pointer rested on an ordinary image. It became an abstract, complex design that gave the look of a crying clown, or perhaps a puppet manipulated by using strings. Congratulations! You have acquired a first-rank ability, Lie Eater. Lie Eater. Lin took a sharp breath. Properly executed, machine, you unreliable element. He had hoped for something like body enhancement or an ability to mixture into shadows, like Morris's phasing capability. Anything, certainly, that could help him break out. Alternatively, the system exceeded him at conceptual capacity. With a stiff expression, Lin opened the ability description and read. Name: Lie Eater. Rank: First rank. Effect: Lies you tell will be easier for others to believe. Conversely, you can effortlessly detect lies told by others. Activation condition: None. Points required for next rank: 10. As expected, it became a reputedly niche ability. Perhaps it could be available accessible from time to time, but it didn't seem useful in his present-day catch-22 situation. Best at higher ranks might it grow stronger. For now, it changed into just a common first-rank ability. Moreover, its affiliation with any precise faith turned into uncertain. With no choice, Lin decided to test the capability. Inside the subsequent moment, layered waves regarded before his eyes, and the underground lab vanished from view. As an alternative, he determined himself in any other scene. In which is that this? Lin unexpectedly felt as if he may want to move freely, standing up dazedly. But his gaze remained constant at the extraordinary sight before him. It changed into an infinite void, yet extra than just that. Inside this emptiness, threads seemed to pierce the bounds of time and area, emerging from the void. They wriggled like tiny worms, shifting in strange patterns. These threads seemed to have lifestyles and intelligence, each with a unified purpose, surging continuously toward a single goal. Lots of threads mixed right into a substantial ocean, converging excessive above. Lin regarded up. Suspended in midair, a gaunt human-formed shadow turned into shore and twisted into a cruciform shape by the threads. Its fingers were especially entangled, its expression one in every of affliction, with eyes tightly shut. But then again, the threads rushed toward it like rivers to the ocean, torturing it repeatedly, seemingly for his or her amusement. Pre-Sunner of Fate, Lin observed himself murmuring the name without knowing why. The following 2D, some other wave of disorienting layers washed over him, snapping him lower back to reality. What's with the having a pipe dream? Melanie waved her hand in the front of his face. Oh, nothing, Lin spoke back casually. Not anything. Yeah, right. Inside, his thoughts was in turmoil, impossible to calm. What did that scene suggest? His mind became blank, and his mouth felt dry. If you're geared up, let's start the test, Melanie stated with a blink. Oh, he'd almost forgotten the immediate crisis. Driven through survival intuition, Lin suppressed his shock and confusion, refocusing at the younger woman earlier than him. He took a deep breath. Then, under the impact of Lie Eater, he started out to talk slowly. Pass over Melanie, there's something I need to inform you. Lying to myself, Miss Melanie, I need to tell you something. Is it your last words? Melanie joked dryly. As she spoke, she inserted the final mana stone into a groove on the stone slab. The slab trembled violently, and the magical array carved into it began to glow, with every node connecting in an instant. The central eye symbol grew increasingly lifelike and menacing, as if some powerful and eerie being was peering directly into his soul. Seeing this, Lin quickly adopted an urgent tone and said, "Oxygen is toxic. If we don't leave now, we'll die soon." Melanie chuckled, amused. Save the jokes for later. It wasn't going to work. Lin understood immediately. Oxygen was definitely not toxic. Quite the opposite, humans need it to survive. To people, it's an unchangeable fact and rule. With Lie Eater only at its first rank, it couldn't distort fundamental beliefs. So, as soon as he voiced the lie, it was instantly dismissed. Undeterred, Lin pondered a moment before saying, "This room is way too hot." In reality, being in a damp, sunless basement, it wasn't warm at all. It wasn't freezing, but certainly not hot. This was a lie. Hearing his words, Melanie paused and seemed to consider it. After a moment, she hesitated, tugging at the collar of her lab coat to let in some air. "I guess it does feel a little wait. It's not that hot. And besides, you're not even wearing clothes, so stop making excuses." The lie was exposed again, but this time was different. Lin noticed that, briefly, Melanie had believed his words. Temperature perception wasn't a fixed rule or fact. It was a subjective experience, changing based on individual feeling and context. Some people feel cold in the summer, while others walk around in t-shirts in winter. From this, Lin sensed he was beginning to understand how to use Lie Eater. At the same time, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He decided to retract his previous judgment of this ability. In fact, if used wisely, it could absolutely help him escape this experiment unscathed. But he needed one more test. This experiment is bound to fail. Enough of that negative talk. It will succeed. Miss Melanie, you've fallen in love with me. I'm deeply fond of every test subject provided you survive. Miss Melanie, I'm actually very ugly. Hey, don't actually believe that one. A few minutes later, Melanie finished all her preparations for the experiment. You sure had a lot to say, she remarked, glancing at Lin thoughtfully. Were you trying something? Too bad, though. We're 100 meters underground, at the deepest part of the cellar. Even if you escape here, the guards above will catch you. So let go of those useless thoughts, although, come to think of it, a test subject's resistance might impact the results. Melanie sighed. To be honest, Her Highness Everster ordered us to perform the experiment without endangering your life. Even if it fails, you won't die. Lin's eyes brightened. Oh, you might just end up in a vegetative state and never wake up again. Melanie said this calmly. That's even worse, Lin mentally griped. Outwardly, however, he showed a resigned expression. Well, if you insist, I'll cooperate, but before we start, can you grant me one last request? Technically, I can't. Melanie scratched her messy short hair. Her Highness ordered me not to speak to you at all once you woke up. But didn't you just talk up a storm? Well, I'm not exactly one for rules. Melanie shrugged, causing her oversized lab coat to slip, briefly revealing a patch of pale skin. She didn't seem to notice, casually adjusting her clothes before asking, So, what's your final request? Please, give me a mirror. After a moment's thought, Melanie turned and rummaged through the clutter on a nearby table. She eventually produced a small handheld mirror and held it up to him. Here you go, she said, rubbing her forehead. Vain, aren't you? Can't help it. Born this way, Lin replied offhandedly. Then, he lifted his head, gazing into the mirror Melanie held before him. The youth reflected there was handsome and dignified, with sharp, intense blue eyes. But admiring himself was the last thing on his mind when he asked for the mirror. His purpose was simple. Staring at his reflection, Lin took a deep breath and activated Lie Eater once more. Then, he began muttering to himself, "I am going to lie to myself." Milani became already organized to elevate an alarm. His calm call for a replicate beneath those circumstances become too extraordinary. Blended with his preceding abnormal questions, Milani became suspicious. He could have been an regular character, but he had unique commands from Her Highness. However, pushed via expert interest, she wanted to peer what Lin meant. Ultimately, he handiest checked out the reflect briefly, as though mourning his personal face, then sighed and stated, "Move beforehand." Milani hesitated but nodded. Anything. The experiment become the priority. With that thought, the lab-obsessed Milani quickly let her suspicions fade. She moved to the stone slab, performing a very last take-a-look at on the magical array and its connection to the helmet. Then, she met Lin's gaze in short, grabbed a handful of silver powder from a nearby jar, and sprinkled it over the array and significant eye image. Whoosh, as a flash of silver flames ignited, a fair extra blinding mild filled the underground lab, blazing like a miniature solar. Milani squinted, protecting her eyes together with her hand, fixated on the parent on the center of the mild. An intense surge of energy poured into the helmet, remodeling into murmurs and tips echoing round him. This electricity, like a baptism of the thoughts, washed over him in waves, imprinting the hypnosis trigger onto his consciousness. After what felt like ages, the slab's mild regularly dimmed. Milani's heartbeat quickened. At this second, waiting for experimental results constantly stuffed her with exhilaration. When the slab's magical array fully quieted and the machinery stopped humming, she moved quickly to the young guy inside the chair. "How are you feeling?" "I feel awful," his slow voice answered. Milani lifted his head to look into his eyes. His as soon as sharp, colorful blue gaze had dulled, full of blankness. He looked like a puppet, following instructions with no will of his very own. Should it be the experiment become her achievement? Hypnosis? I'm just faking it. Could it be the test absolutely worked? Seeing Lin's dazed expression, Milani's heart skipped a beat. However, her face remained composed. Over the last 125 test topics, there had been masses of sly ones who concept they may fool her with their acting abilities, most effective to fulfill disastrous ends. If Lin changed into faking it, he changed into placing on quite the convincing act. Recalling his flippant attitude from in advance, Milani grew increasingly suspicious that he may indeed be pretending. In the end, this brazen man dared to keep even Princess Evesta hostage. What wouldn't he try? In truth, Milani was honestly right. At this moment, sensing her suspicious gaze, Lin remained silent. His eyes regarded unfocused, his limbs limp, and he was deeply immersed in a hazy, muddled country. However, this became all a physical act. Mentally, his mind were racing. His recognition felt as though it had detached from his frame, looking at Milani's every pass like a puppet grasp, directing his frame's reactions from the out of doors. All of this turned into thanks to Milani granting his final request. Moments earlier then, looking at his reflection within the replicate, Lin had activated Lie Eater. The energy of Lie Eater allowed his own lies to turn out to be plausible, with the effect making use of to absolutely everyone consisting of himself. So, he lied to himself. However, just one lie wasn't sufficient. To stay aware and get away from this lab, he told himself lies. Recalling scenes from the authentic storyline, Lin knew a great deal approximately the Thoughts cult. This cult, which thrived inside the 2D age within the southern region of an ancient empire, worshipped a god of the thoughts and believed humans need to abandon their physical forms and include the sea of recognition. Sooner or later, the cult turned into overwhelmed by means of excellent individuals, dispatched by means of the empire's leaders, leaving in the back of most effective fragmented scriptures that circulated via secretive channels. Wherein Milani obtained her e-book, and whether or not its contents have been actual, changed into something Lin didn't recognize, nor did he need to know. On account that he'd already been transported right into a fictional global, whatever else took place became beside the point. Consequently, he clearly needed to convince himself that Milani's magic e-book changed into vain. His first lie became, after the mind cult become destroyed, all important texts had been lost, so this test changed into fake and could fail to affect his mind or focus. For Lin, this lie held up. In any other case, the preceding 125 test topics wouldn't have failed so thoroughly. As an end result, the thought's electricity inside the mana stones and magical array had nearly no impact on his awareness. This changed into basically a clash among external energy and his very own will. So long as he believed this test was a comic story, the eye of the mind's brainwashing and hypnosis effects couldn't affect him. Unlike reality-based totally exceptional powers, which must observe this global's bodily legal guidelines, like fireplace burning skin or a blade drawing blood, thoughts-based totally powers lean towards idealism or unprecedented and lightly touched area. In the long run, his first lie succeeded flawlessly. He retained his self-recognition and survived the test unscathed. However, now got here the second one check. Keeping his out-of-body sensation, Lin remained on excessive alert. In some unspecified time in the future, Melanie took out a small gas lamp, bringing it near his face to examine him intently. After a moment, she pulled out a pocketbook and began writing. "Respiratory charge and coronary heart price slightly lower than average," she murmured. Without warning, she raised her hand, protecting the pen, and all at once jabbed it toward his eye. The pen stopped mere millimeters from his eyeball. After a brief inspection, she resumed writing in her pocketbook. Scholar's ordinary, no sizable response to outside stimuli. It seemed she turned into undertaking a sequence of assessments to determine whether or not he become truly hypnotized or simply pretending. Maximum of the previous check subjects likely failed at this degree, as herbal reflexes are difficult to suppress. However, Lin turned into specific. His 2D lie became, the Lin from Earth and Lin Bartolon have been separate human beings. The previous had taken over the latter, but due to some coincidence, he changed into not able to absolutely manage the frame, main to behind schedule reflexes. This lie turned into greater complicated and harder for him to trust, so he used the reflect as an amplifier to decorate Lie Eater's impact. Looking at a face so not like his very own, it bolstered the lie that the Lin from Earth and Lin Bartolon are two exceptional human beings, which his unconscious regular. Once Lie Eater's impact ended, he would take into account the entirety and regain manipulate of his frame. But Melanie was blind to all this. After finishing several basic exams, she paused, reading him with a furrowed brow. All at once, as though struck by using a thought, she muttered, "Lucky you," and tugged down the front of her lab coat, revealing a patch of fair skin. She followed a seductive posture, licking her lips with a red tongue, even as her gaze remained fixed on Lin's lower half of. A couple of minutes later, Melanie adjusted her coat, her expression informal as she resumed recording her notes. Problem number 126 displayed no noticeable physiological reaction to the additional test, handled perfectly. Virtually, any ordinary person wouldn't have reacted in this case. Except, possibly, a complete scoundrel, Lin thought wryly. Nicely, all of the fundamental exams are exceeded. A touch of pleasure sparkled in Melanie's eyes. Looks like it's time to call Her Highness for verification. I'm certain the cuffs are pretty tight. Let me loosen 'em a chunk so you can relax. With that, she pressed a button on the device. Because the steel restraints on his wrists and ankles slowly unlocked, Lin let out a breath of alleviation. It seemed the tests have been over. Had he just slightly escaped? However, he knew that he would possibly nonetheless face a final evaluation from Evester quickly. What a harrowing ordeal this was. Simply as this thought crossed his mind, an unexpected mechanical whirring came from underneath. A wave of weightlessness wrapped around him. Lin felt the ground supply mana under him, and, nonetheless strapped to the chair, he plummeted down from the lab. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. In his daze, he vaguely heard Melanie's startled cry from above. Evester's long-awaited arrival. She pressed the wrong button. As he fell, Lin was hit with a wave of dread. Fortunately, it wasn't as high a drop as he'd feared, just 3 or 4 stories, and the chair cushioned his landing. He even found a layer of water at the bottom. All in all, it wasn't a life-threatening fall. Relieved, he took a deep breath, mentally reinforcing the second lie he'd told himself with the power of Lie Eater to keep up the hypnosis act. The shock of the fall had almost snapped him out of it. Once he'd regained his composure, he turned his focus to his surroundings. Unlike the brightly lit lab above, the scene around him was pitch black, with only two large golden lights hanging overhead. Oddly enough, the light didn't illuminate the surroundings. It barely kept him from stumbling around in darkness. This was pure bad luck. He'd passed the tests, only to end up down here. Just like in the original story, he thought Riley, Everster's subordinates, were consistently incompetent. They'd let the protagonists escape countless times in the earlier arcs, only to scramble in fear when those protagonists became demigods by the finale. Frustrated, Lin waited patiently for someone to rescue him. Minutes passed with no sign of help. Gradually, he noticed a faintly metallic odor and a warm, humid draft in the air. In his hypnotized state, he tilted his eyes upwards, observing the two golden lanterns that flickered in and out. Strangely, they seemed to be drawing closer to him, their distance shrinking by the second. Wait, hold on. Finally grasping the situation, cold sweat ran down his back, almost breaking him out of his fake hypnosis. Those weren't lanterns, they were pupils, belonging to some giant creature. From the moment he'd fallen, it had been watching him. Suddenly, the massive creature stirred. With a thunderous rumble, it lowered its head, bringing its enormous, scaled face close to him. Under the faint light, he made out its shape: a snake-like neck, a mouth filled with sharp fangs, wings that could blot out the sky, a tail dragging a chain, and thick, armored scales. A juvenile black dragon, over 10 meters tall. Your Highness, you're here. As a tall figure entered the lab, Melanie walked over, her face breaking into a smile. Everster, who had been wearing a military uniform earlier, was now in an elegant black gown. Her long black hair, once flowing freely, was gathered into a sleek high ponytail that trailed down her back. She looked every bit like a cold, untouchable goddess. How is he? Everster asked, visibly relaxed in Melanie's presence. She trusted Melanie, who had been with her for nearly 8 years, treating her almost like a sister. Despite Melanie's youthful appearance, she was an adult. Her body simply hadn't developed due to some unknown cause. Gently patting Melanie's messy brown hair into place, Everster watched as Melanie activated a device made from mana stones. A projection appeared, showing Lin sitting below in a seemingly dazed state. This is the final test. Most of the previous 125 subjects died at this stage, Melanie explained, her expression now cold and clinical. If he passes, he'll be under your complete control, acting as usual, but entering a hypnotic state the moment he sees the eye of the mind. Everster nodded, a flicker of determination in her eyes. If Lin was indeed faking it, she would save him, but she would also be disappointed. At that moment, the dragon's massive golden eyes were right in front of Lin, its breath hot and putrid. He could feel his heart pounding, fighting against the terror of being so close to a dragon. Dragons exuded a powerful aura that came with their ancient bloodline. Even this juvenile black dragon had strength surpassing that of a human at the 4th rank. Under its pressure, his disguise would be hard to maintain. Lin felt Lie Eater's effects slipping as his body fought against the overwhelming urge to flee. Right here he became, simply an regular person, much less than a meter far away from a hungry, powerful dragon with gleaming fangs still stained with lewd. Trying to contain his breath, he cursed Melanie internally. Why hadn't she dispatched everybody to assist? But didn't she recognize what sort of monster turned into lurking beneath? No, wait. A surprising thought struck him. Had she simply pressed the incorrect button? Or was this some other test? Observing at the dragon's gaping maw and the saliva dripping from its enamel, he fell silent. 2 alternatives lay earlier than him. Alternative 1. Drop the act and scream for assist. Maybe a person would come, however, perhaps not. After all, calling for help would handiest divulge his disguise, now not magically accelerate Melanie and her guards. Alternative 2. Hold the act and undergo, gambling that this became part of the test. Each options had been risky, and both desire carried a high danger of demise. However, for Lin, the choice became clear. If he took the primary option, he'd simplest show his desperation, and he'd possibly still die. So, he chose alternative 2. He remembered Melanie's phrases. Everster had told her to spare his life. He didn't know her motives, however he selected to agree with her, to accept as true with that she could preserve her promise. With all his last strength, Lin driven Lie Eater to the restrict, lying to himself and maintaining his dazed, hypnotized expression. In spite of this, under the dragon's oppressive aura, his will become nearing its breaking factor. Roar! The dragon, displeased by using its unresponsive prey, raised its head and roared. The sound rattled his soul, leaving him on the verge of fainting yet again. Because the dragon's gaping maw inched nearer, its breath almost brought about him to skip out. At the last second, a searing purple light sliced through the darkness. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the black dragon set free a pained cry, its vast frame crashing backward beneath a powerful pressure. The next second, the familiar scent of roses wafted to Lin's nostril, and he looked up to look an all too familiar Determine, her black dress fluttering like a banner. I knew it. Lin felt his entire body relax, a wave of relief washing over him. The very lady who had nearly killed him moments in the past now felt like a welcome sight. Evester raised her proper hand, her palms splayed, as if commanding the black dragon. Retreat! Her voice rippled outward, the sound waves visiting alongside the dragon's thick scales and attaining its mind. The dragon, once fearsome, now cowered. A flicker of fear exceeded through its golden eyes, and it obediently sponsored away, vanishing into the darkness. Even a dragon couldn't defy the villainous princess. It bowed like a tame pet. After the whole lot changed into settled, Evester lowered her hand and looked at Lin, her gaze complex. Discover him a room in the property, she ordered. Let him rest, and produce him to see me once he wakes up. With that, her parent vanished. A few moments later, the guards finally arrived. Lin let himself absolutely loosen up. He knew he'd escaped demise, at least for now, and he may want to eventually get some relaxation. As sleep overtook him, his ultimate concept changed into a weird sight he'd stuck whilst Evester had arrived. Turned into that purple, he drifted into unconsciousness with a smirk. Keyboard warrior and truck coincidence. What kind of trash ending is this? I've followed this novel for months, and this is what I am getting. Status at a road nook. A young guy held a fried dough stick in one hand, scrolling on his cell phone with the opposite, muttering as he ranted about the novel he'd been reading. The light became red, so he used the pause to test the modern-day bankruptcy. Quickly he had a psychology final to take, and if he scored properly, he'd get a hazard at a prestigious internship, way to his professor's advice. But the novel's ending left him bitterly dissatisfied, and all his thoughts were now directed toward venting his frustration online. Biting down on his breakfast, he typed furiously, his thumbs dancing throughout the keyboard, forming a detailed critique that quickly seemed within the remark phase. Absolute garbage. I spent cash each month to examine this, only to be permit down via and finishing like that. The second one half of become natural filler. If I didn't care approximately sure characters, I might have dropped it a while in the past. Not to say, do you even recognize consistency? The protagonist's man or woman completely collapsed. And the lady characters, please, they're all the identical. Every certainly one of them exists just to blush and fawn over the principal man. If I wanted that, I'd study romance in other genres. The best memorable character changed into the villainous princess. No matter her tragic finishing, at the least she stayed real to her ideals without being changed into every other love hobby. As a veteran reader, this is my honest feedback. If you disagree, experience free to argue. After his long tirade, he posted his comment, feeling completely satisfied. As anticipated, within seconds, replies commenced flooding in, most of them insults. Assisting the villain. Your morals are messed up. In case you don't find it irresistible, leave. Suppose you can do higher. Laughing on the anger he'd stirred up, he fired returned at each remark, enjoying the web sparring fit as he crossed the street. A notification popped up, a non-public message from a fellow reader. He opened it, watching for every other argument, however it turned into an unmarried, easy query. In case you had the danger to change the tale, to make the ending what you desired, could you? Of root I might, he responded without hesitation. He definitely enjoyed the primary half of the tale, and if he didn't care, he wouldn't be arguing about it within the first vicinity. In the subsequent second, The screech of a truck's brakes stuffed his ears. He barely had time to react earlier than the entirety went black. Lin awakened slowly, mendacity on a smooth bed. He'd had an ordinary, muddled dream, glimpses of reminiscences from another lifestyles. As he sat up, he took in the room around him, very distinct from the dim, damp underground cellular he remembered. He was now in a spacious, elegantly embellished room with a dressing desk, cloth cabinet, and washroom, all greater luxurious than whatever he'd visible in weeks. After weeks in a cramped, run-down lodge room, sinking into the softness of a real mattress felt surreal. Feeling absolutely refreshed, he appeared round, guessing he'd changed into probably at the Augusta property. He ought to have handed Eversters take a look at that night time in the lab. She possibly believed the hypnosis experiment had labored on him. Quietly, Lin was given off the bed, dressed in the garments organized for him, and washed up before ringing the bell via the mattress. Within seconds, a maid entered, smiling civilly. "Sir, you're unsleeping," she paused upon seeing him fully dressed. "You could simply ring the bell if you need anything," she stated, bowing hesitantly. "Washing up, getting dressed, the one's obligations are what we're right here for." "It's best. Just lead the way," Lin responded evenly. The maid blinked in surprise. "Excuse me. I'd like to meet Her Highness," he defined patiently. "Oh, sure, of course." Flustered, she led him out of the room, truly unsettled via his sudden readiness. Following her via long, historical hallways decorated with statues and artwork, Lin couldn't assist but admire the understated luxurious of the Augusta property. As he pondered what to say while he finally met Everster, other maids handed by means of casting haughty glances. It changed into a look Lin diagnosed properly. They carried the same arrogance as the estate's eldest son. However, these maids seemed professional enough and respectfully bowed to him without causing any trouble. "Her Highness is taking her afternoon tea on the lawn," his maid informed him. "Understood," Lin nodded, continuing down the hall. He had barely taken few steps when he overheard whispers behind him. "Have you finished your cleaning? Did you mop the floors? Always slacking off, typical low-class behavior. The ones from the slums are all the same," one maid sneered. "I'm sorry. I'll get to it right away," the young maid stammered. "What did I tell you about using that smile to brush us off? It's infuriating. Your sister's still sick, isn't she? She must need money now more than ever. But given the state of your work, don't expect a paycheck this month." But last month's salary was already smack. A sharp slap echoed through the hallway. Lin sighed, stopping in his tracks. His system screen showed. Name: Nina Bellamy. Plot level: E. Plot deviation: 0.00%. "I'm sorry to interrupt," he said, turning around. "I seem to have lost my way. Could you have the young lady who showed me here continue guiding me?" The two haughty maids froze, fear flashing across their faces as they realized he hadn't left. Once they scurried off, the young maid, Nina, hesitated, looking away in an attempt to hide her tears. But a stray tear slipped down her cheek, and she quickly wiped it, offering him a forced smile. "Sir, I'll guide you," she said quietly. It wasn't often he saw such a submissive smile. Only those who'd been hurt and forced to comply wore that look, a mask of self-preservation that only encouraged the cruel to exploit them further. Since Lin considered himself a good person, he pretended not to notice her tears. The estate was massive. After nearly 10 minutes, they finally arrived at a side door on the first floor, where sunlight poured in. "Sir, Her Highness is just beyond the door enjoying tea. I'll take my leave now," Nina said softly. Lin nodded and moved to open the door, but something held him back. Turning back to Nina, he said, "There's a saying where I'm from: you are what you eat. I don't entirely agree with it, but I'll share this with you anyway. Endlessly enduring suffering won't make you stronger. If you want to rise, don't just swallow bitterness, learn to conquer it. Your loyal servant Lin reporting, Your Highness. Plot deviation of E-ranked character Nina Bellamy has increased to 20.00%. As he walked across the lawn after leaving the side entrance of the estate, Lin heard the familiar system notification. He froze. The words he'd shared with Nina had been spoken on impulse. He hadn't expected him to impact the plot deviation at all, let alone to such a dramatic extent. Curious, Lin opened his system panel, only to find that his system points had not increased. After thinking about it, it made sense. If character ranks from F to S indicated their importance to the story, increasing plot deviation for higher-ranked characters would naturally be much more difficult. Nina was E-ranked, one of the lowest levels, so even minor deviations could shift her trajectory. In contrast, it had taken every ounce of effort and a near-death stunt to raise Everster's deviation by a mere 0.01%. If he could raise Everster's deviation to 100%, he'd earn 10,000 points. But for E-ranked characters, maxing out deviation to 100% would only yield 0.1 points. So, he'd need to max out 10 E-ranked characters' deviations just to earn a single point. No wonder there was no reward this time. Lin tried clicking on the wheel to see if he could draw a new ability. Spend 10 system points for an ability draw. As expected, the first draw had only cost him 1 point, but now it required 10 times that. If it continued increasing this way, would the third draw require 100 points? The thought made him shudder. Just then, his gaze fell on the parasol in the distance. Putting aside his musings, Lin closed the system screen, schooling his expression as he walked toward it. Beneath the parasol sat a woman in a black fringed gown, reclining with her legs crossed, sipping tea elegantly. To his surprise, Her Highness was not wearing her mask today, revealing her striking beauty. The elderly maid stood quietly by her side, silent as ever. It was a peaceful scene, marred only by a patch of blood-stained grass a few meters away. Two prisoners, pierced by countless thorns, stood like grotesque statues in the center of a blood-stained patch, the bloody thorns feeding off their remains, with a scarlet rosebud beginning to bloom at their tips. Next to these corpses knelt 6 other prisoners, trembling. Judging by using the ordinary tattoos on their necks, they had been probable participants of a cult, captured for reasons unknown. Notwithstanding the unsettling sight, Lin approached calmly, assembling Everster's cold gaze with unwavering composure. Recollections of the humiliation and helplessness he persisted at the Augusta property surged up, and he clenched his tooth. He turned into a person he needed to combat, to launch the anger and bitterness he felt. With a deep breath, Lin dropped to one knee and declared, "Your most honorable and incredible Highness, future Saint Roland VII, your dependable servant and inseparable own family best friend, Lin Bartolon, reviews for responsibility." Everster hadn't predicted Lin to approach in the course of her interrogation of the remnants of the creationist sect. Seeing his resolute expression, she assumed he was here to request his release, to beg for freedom. However, to her wonder, he knelt and offered his pledge the moment he arrived. "Your maximum honorable and impressive Highness, future Saint Roland VII, your dependable servant and inseparable family ally, Lin Bartolon, reviews for responsibility." His gaze became filled with a fervent sincerity, like a devoted follower encountering a deity, sending shivers down her backbone. Even the elderly maid, usually calm and composed, twitched at the nook of her eyes. As for Everster herself, she almost choked on her tea. Cough, cough, she set down her porcelain teacup, an odd feel of satisfaction rising within her. Future Saint Roland VII, the name resonated deeply. Surrounded daily through unswerving, but dour subordinates, she observed the sudden flattery fresh, like a mischievous rogue among loyal ministers. With an amused look, she requested, "What's with the surprising trade of coronary heart?" Lin shook his head earnestly. "I've pondered on my slender-mindedness and foolishness. I've determined to live by way of your side, your Highness, and study out of your awareness." He sneaked a quick look at her, then decreased his head once more. Noticing the gesture, Everster's accurate temper evaporated, a frown crossing her face. She hated while humans stared at her like that. Did he assume she might permit him to behave so boldly simply because she'd spared his lifestyles? The environment grew worrying, but before the silence could drag on, Lin spoke again. "You are as stunning as continually today, your Highness," he said, his voice filled with awe. "I am hoping I may also have the respect of witnessing your splendor each day." Despite the fact that she knew he changed into in all likelihood flattering her, Everster felt unusually pleased. Her previously icy expression softened, her mood brightening visibly. Cough, Cough. Now it became the maid's flip to clean her throat, casting a facet glance at Evester. Your Highness, the interrogation isn't over. Evester nodded, averting her gaze from Lin and returning her interest to the prisoners. Seeing this, Lin remained kneeling in region, using his peripheral imaginative and prescient to have a look at the terrified cult participants. What exactly became taking place right here? Evester's voice broke via his thoughts, her tone as cold and cruel as ever. Next, heads or tails? The prisoner at the far left flinched, bowled a glance at Evester, best to quick ward off his gaze, trembling all over. Evester's frown deepened barely. Yes, that became how the general public reacted to her, unlike someone else in particular. The prisoner she'd addressed swallowed nervously, glancing at the two bodies beside him. They had both chosen tails. Statistically, he figured, heads was due for a win. Heads, he stammered. A coin toss sport. Evester didn't react to the prisoner's choice. She sipped her tea, while the elderly maid raised her left hand, lower back dealing with up, and flicked an ancient coin into the air with her right thumb. The maid stuck the coin, protecting it together with her hand, then slowly revealed the end result. Your Highness, it's tails. Whoosh! Before the shade ought to drain from the prisoner's face, the thorns surged ahead, piercing his body with countless holes. He was left status, held upright by using the thorny vines just like the two prisoners earlier than him, his eyes reflecting melancholy and pain. The blood purple rose inside the middle of the thorn patch bloomed a touch extra, the coin toss game. Blood from the executed prisoners pooled on the grass, a sharp contrast of red and green. Evester was reminded of that night she'd arrived at Bryn village in northern Orm City, where the entire village had been sacrificed by the creationist sect. Religion, she thought, was the world's greatest scam. Watching the despair on the prisoners' faces filled her with a dark satisfaction. Every time she saw these vile criminals lose hope and tremble before a stronger, more ruthless force, she felt utterly at ease. Whether this feeling was due to some deep-seated issue or just a peculiarity of hers, she didn't care. The remaining 5 cult members shook with fear, now realizing they had no choice but to play along with the coin toss game she'd set up. One wrong guess, and they'd become food for the blood-red rose growing atop the thorns. Silence fell as each prisoner lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Then, suddenly, a loud clapping interrupted the quiet, startling everyone. Clap, clap, clap. Evester frowned, turning to see Lin, who had straightened up and was clapping with enthusiasm, his palms already red from the force. What is it? Her voice was as cold as ever, carrying a note of irritation. Your Highness, you are truly remarkable. Lin stopped clapping, his eyes filled with admiration. To be honest, as a noble, I once thought killing was crude and barbaric, disrespectful to life. But today, Your Highness has shown me that killing and executions can also be an art form. That balance between life and death, that exhilarating beauty, it's a raw, primal elegance. You, Your Highness, are undoubtedly the greatest artist in the world. At this point, Lin seemed like Evester's biggest fan, practically ready to charge into battle for her. Hearing this, Evester sighed and rubbed her forehead, feeling as though he'd once again exceeded her expectations in shamelessness. Finally, she turned her head slowly and said, "Silence." Lin instantly stopped speaking. Still, as he noticed her ankle subtly swaying, he figured his elaborate flattery had at least softened her mood. In truth, the sight of blood made him queasy, but he pretended to be deeply impressed to win her trust. Lin's sole objective was to maintain the illusion of loyalty so she'd see him as an ally, not an adversary. After all, everyone believed he'd been hypnotized and was now fully under her control, bound to obey without resistance. But his goal hadn't changed: escape, survive, and avoid any entanglement with the villainous princess. The last thing he wanted was to end up as collateral damage when the protagonists inevitably turned against her and her allies. Nearby, the coin toss game continued. Next, Evester's icy voice rang out like a death sentence. Heads squelch. Next, tails, squelch. Evester seemed to speed up the game after Lin's arrival. With each toss of the ancient coin, another terrified cultist met a gruesome end. Perhaps they'd known that sacrificing innocent civilians would one day bring such consequences, Yet the reality was merciless. The blood-red rose in the center of the thorned vines continued to bloom, fed by each new soul. In the end, all 8 prisoners had perished, kneeling even in their last moments, as though repenting for their sins against the innocent. Evester, unfazed, lifted her porcelain teacup and took another sip. Next, Lin glanced around, realizing there were no prisoners left alive. A sinking feeling crept over him as he noticed the elderly maid holding the coin again, her expression calm. In this place, there were only 3 people left. If it wasn't the maid or Evester, who else would be next? All that flattery for nothing. Seeing his expression, Evester chuckled, a hint of amusement lighting her eyes. As I thought, I do enjoy watching you look scared. How adorable. Internally, Lin cursed her in every language he knew, his desire to escape only growing stronger. But I am curious, she continued, narrowing her eyes, if you had been one of the prisoners, what would you have chosen? I pick a side and hope for the best. Evester shook her head, seeing through his hesitation. I know you're still planning to escape. Your Highness, she cut him off. After all, I've forced you into everything without considering your wishes, she said, unexpectedly reflective. On second thought, that wasn't right. Here's the deal. Since you clearly dislike me, I'll give you a chance. If you win in a coin toss against me, I'll let you leave Augusta Manor. No one will stop you. Lin looked up, taken aback. Thanks to Lie Eater, he could tell she was telling the truth. But why the sudden generosity? Suspicious, he studied her expression, and she met his gaze without flinching. Don't look at me like that. Even I wouldn't want a reluctant subordinate among my ranks. It'd be like keeping a time bomb. Lin chuckled nervously. The next second, Evester flipped her hand to reveal a beautifully engraved collar, inscribed with mysterious runes. Of course, every game should have both rewards and penalties, she said with a subtle smile. Winning lets you leave. But if you lose, she continued, you'll wear this collar. 3 chances. Guess wrong each time, and you'll wear it from today onward. Just as he'd suspected, this was her real aim all along. Lin's face turned serious. So, will you play? I'll play. The first hypnosis good, Evester nodded upon hearing Lin's response. Let's begin immediately. The elderly maid stepped forward, handing her the ancient-looking coin. Evester weighed it in her hand, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. She was curious to see if Lin, having observed the other prisoners' fates, could bring any surprises to this game. This coin was no ordinary object. It possessed supernatural properties. Item name: Trickster's Coin, Item ID, 0719, Item rank, Sequence level 6. Origin: originally an ordinary copper coin, it acquired unique traits after prolonged exposure to a high-ranking extraordinary of the trickster faith. Although lacking self-awareness, it can read and respond to human thoughts. Effect: makes it impossible for anyone to guess the outcome correctly. Containment recommendation: store it in a wallet as a regular coin. This, of course, was why the cultists had all lost. The coin adjusted its result based on the player's choice. If someone guessed heads, the coin would land on tails, and vice versa. The coin, though not sentient, had a way of interpreting human thoughts, similar to the mystique surrounding the trickster faith, an enigmatic force that mocked its victim's fate. There has been no manner anyone should win. Lamentably, Lin knew not anything approximately this. The coin hadn't been mentioned inside the unique tale. But, he were watching intently, picking up recommendations along the manner. The prisoners approached the game like gamblers, he stated all of a sudden. But drawing near it differently would possibly monitor a hidden pattern. A gambler would think that if the first human beings guessed heads and were wrong, the 1/3 could have a better threat with heads, Lin defined, thinking, there's been ails twice in a row. Truly heads will arise this time. Evester's lips curved barely. So, because the 9th player, with their screw-ups as examples, you'd pick tails. Lin shook his head. No, I'd suspect the coin. From a probabilistic angle, the chances of 8 consecutive losses are 1 in 256. That's an exceptionally not-going event. Evester's narrowed her eyes. So, you watched I'm cheating? On no account, Lin sighed. Because the residence, that's your prerogative. Then stop stalling and guess. Evester toyed with the collar in her hand, as even though envisioning it round Lin's neck. Ignoring her attempt at intimidation, Lin's mind raced. Whilst she may have a twisted sense of humor, Evester wouldn't have rigged a game without a risk of winning. He thought again to the prisoners. Each had chosen either heads or tails aloud, most effective to stand inevitable defeat. What did they all have in common? A spark of recognition hit him. Forestall stalling, Evester said, impatience flashing in her eyes. You have 3 probabilities. Snapping out of his thoughts, Lin nodded. Understood, but when you consider that this is a game, and there are stakes, I think the initiator ought to play as well. The aged maid raised her eyebrows, her marvel reflected in Evester's expression. Of direction, she'd found out that he'd spotted a pattern. However, so what? As the 1/3 princess of the St. Roland Empire, Evester had no cause to say no. First rate. Lin exhaled in comfort. Seeing his response, Evester's lips curled into a mocking smile. Lin seemed up slowly. If he wanted to win, he'd want to avoid the equal mistakes because the cultists. What had led to their failure? They'd long passed first and voiced their desire. As Lin recalled the saying from his previous existence, when you have eliminated the not possible, something remains, however fantastic, ought to be the reality, his direction of motion became clean. Evester's voice interrupted his thoughts. Which side will you pick? Feeling each her and the maid's eyes on him, Lin emptied his mind, attempting no longer to think of both heads or tails. I select the opposite of anything side you choose, Your Highness. He certainly won. Standing just out of doors the Augusta estate, Lin gazed at the bustling street, feeling as though he'd narrowly escaped demise. He nevertheless couldn't absolutely agree with that when triumphing the sport, Evester had absolutely allowed him go. No longer simplest that, but she'd given him a bag of gold to fund his trip to the capital. He glanced around nervously. No longer spotting any pursuers, he sooner or later allowed himself to relax. Hailing a carriage, he headed to the train station, keen to go away on city behind. Whether or not he went to the capital or to every other country didn't remember. He just desired as tons distance as viable between him and Evester. Replaying their remaining encounter in his mind, he felt as though his escape turned into too smooth. But this turned into his hazard, and he meant to make the most of it. Your Highness, do you surely suggest to allow him pass? The aged maid asked as she poured tea for Evester below the parasol. Evester, her eyes half of closed, didn't answer immediately. What do you think of him, Aunt Kesha? Smart, Kesha spoke back flippantly. Everybody who should deduce the trickster coin's feature and find a countermeasure so fast turned into certainly exquisite. Looking at the prisoners, Lin had identified their shared mistakes. Each of them had gone first, and each had stated their guess aloud. Lin's answer became each easy and amazing. With the aid of saying, I choose the alternative of something you pick, he hadn't voiced a specific choice. Alternatively, he'd left the selection to her, subtly moving her to the first flip. The coin, a low-degree artifact without real intelligence, couldn't figure Lin's intentions or study his empty mind. For that reason, whilst Evester made her choice, the trickster coin flipped to the alternative facet. Lin had received. Kesha, who prided herself on her composure, admitted she wouldn't have dealt with the scenario as deftly. It might be smart to apply hypnosis to hold him below control, she introduced, uncharacteristically talkative. If he returns to the capital and allies with every other prince, it is able to be troublesome. No rush. Even a house puppy will bark if leashed too tightly, Evester spoke back flippantly. A distant chime sounded, and Evester set down her teacup, growing gracefully and slipping her black mask back on. The timing is just right, she remarked. I'm going out. I is probably lower back late. Put together a double part of dessert. Yes, Your Highness. Late that night, Lin stepped out of a carriage, wrapped in a thick scarf, and glanced around the unfamiliar small city, sooner or later feeling a bit more secure. To date, Evester and her people appeared to be honoring their promise, or perhaps the precautions he'd taken had thrown him off his trail. In advance, he'd made a display of heading to the Educate station, buying a price tag in front of witnesses and picking a fight with a stranger to create a memorable scene. This fake trail becomes supposed to mislead all and sundry monitoring him. In fact, he hadn't deliberated to visit the capital at all. 6 or 7 days by using Educate was a ways too risky. Later on, he'd sold a nearby man's clothes, modified in a nearby alley, and disguised himself from head to toe. Finally, he'd hired a carriage, heading closer to Remy, a small apple-growing town on the edge of the St. Roland Empire, acknowledged for its fruit-based totally liquors. If he was going to run, he'd run as far as feasible. So long as he stayed in the Empire's borders, Everster's attain could extend anywhere. Simply the thought of that beautiful yet terrifying female made him shudder. He entered a properly lit tavern and booked a room, heading immediately upstairs to relaxation. All through all of it, thoughts of Everster lingered. If he was sincere, she'd triggered him no actual harm. She'd even tolerated his vengeance towards Rhine after mastering of the private punishment. If she hadn't been the villainous princess from the authentic story, Lin might have been tempted to live and serve her. She was intimidating, yes, but she seemed to deal with her subordinates fairly. And within the lab, she'd saved her phrase and saved him. So, he couldn't truly dislike her. He'd usually located her a charming character inside the novel. A female to like and hate, he muttered, establishing his room door. Then, do you love me or hate me? A acquainted voice replied. Lin iced over, seated at the bed, clad in a black, fringed robe and carrying a mask, changed into Everster herself. She twirled the problematic collar in her hand, looking him closely. I knew it, Lin notion, turning to bolt. Help. Attack. A person seeking to attack me. Desperate to draw attention, he screamed, hoping to alert the tavern. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt an overpowering force pulling him back. An invisible grip held him fast, and he flew backward into the room. Thud. The door slammed shut behind him. Clutching his head, he looked up at Everster's serene expression. You broke your promise. Everster's voice was as calm as ever. I only promised to let you leave Augusta Manor. I never agreed to let you leave the St. Roland Empire. Playing with semantics, Lin sighed, defeated. He opened his mouth to protest, but Everster raised her hand, aiming her palm at his forehead. A green eye of the mind symbol slowly materialized on her palm. Everster was about to activate the hypnosis. Tell me, what are you thinking? A faint greenish light flashed. As the mark resembling vertical pupils appeared on her palm, an invisible psychic force began to spread out. Everster focused intently on Lin. Under her gaze, the black-haired young man gradually ceased his futile struggles. After a moment, his hands weakly dropped to his sides, and his entire body hunched over, as if all strength had drained from him. Not only that, but Lin's originally bright, clear sapphire eyes began to lose their luster under the effects of the hypnosis. Until, in the end, they completely dimmed, vacant and devoid of life. In a mere few seconds, he had transformed from a defiant figure into a subservient, pitiful existence, as though he were a mere slave. Seeing this, Everster's heart finally relaxed. It seemed that Villainess'S experiment had indeed made significant progress. Everster extinguished the mark of the eye of the mind in her hand, then slowly sat at the edge of the bed, looking down at Lin, who knelt before her. For some reason, a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Such obedient behavior made her feel a little uneasy. However, Everster had accumulated a number of questions she wished to ask him long ago. While thinking, she casually twirled a strand of her hair around her pale fingers. Unfortunately, no one was fortunate enough to witness this scene. At this moment, the room was filled with only Everster and Lin, making it the perfect opportunity for questioning. According to Villainess, once a person is hypnotized, their subconscious is revealed. At that time, she would be able to see the most honest side of Lin. Recalling that night when he forcibly removed his mask, Everster couldn't help but sneer. Whether it was genuine or just an act, she would soon find out. With this thought, she parted her lips slightly, ready to speak. But before she could say anything, a knock on the wooden door sounded from a distance. Followed by a deep voice. Excuse me, I'm the waiter from the tavern. I overheard that someone might be plotting against you. Do you require assistance? Damn it. Hearing the inquiry from outside the door, Everster furrowed her brows deeply. Without a phrase, she raised her proper hand, and a ball of blood-red electricity slowly materialized in her palm. It changed into geared up to convert into sharp thorns, piercing through absolutely everyone silly sufficient to disturb her peace. However, if she did that, it might surely purpose quite a commotion. She might need to depart this location, taking him together with her. But hypnosis regarded to have a time restriction. Though she didn't know the exact reason, it became most probably associated with the mental self-discipline of the hypnotized person. If she waited till she again to the Augusta property, she possibly wouldn't be capable of use hypnosis on him once more tonight. However, she didn't want to attend all night, so she had to pick out a compromise. With this in thoughts, Evester reluctantly extinguished the high-quality electricity in her hand. Sensing the uncommon silence inside the room, the waiter outside seemed to realize something. His knocking grew louder, greater, insistent. "Excuse me. Excuse me. In case you don't reply, I'll must open the door and are available in." The waiter requested earnestly. Though they were at the border, the city's specific industries supposed that many nearby nobles and wealthy traders visited every year for celebrations and to taste freshly uncorked fruit wine. So, at the moment of year, safety within the city could be heightened. If a violent incident passed off in the tavern, it might probable should close down for an investigation the very next day. Just as the waiter was about to pull out his key to open the door and check at the scenario, a chilly, first-rate voice got here from in the room. "What? Do you have got something to say?" The waiter iced over in his tracks. A female's voice. Even without seeing her face, he may want to already believe her dignified and enforcing appearance in his mind. Should it be? The waiter suddenly realized, and a look of apology seemed on his face. "I'm very sorry for annoying your rest. I'll leave now." With that, he sighed in pity and fast left the floor. The cry for assist he had heard earlier was surely from a younger guy, possibly now not very antique. However, the girl's voice that came from the room sounded greater mature. It appeared that she turned into the only in control of the situation. The waiter couldn't assist, however, think about some wealthy and powerful noblewoman's wicked tastes, and he unconsciously felt a pang of sympathy for the young guy. What he didn't recognize changed into that he had definitely simply narrowly avoided strolling straight into the jaws of dying. Meanwhile, within the room, sensing that the outsider had left, Evester's furrowed brow ultimately cozy. She became her gaze returned to the hypnotized Lin. Rattling it, happily I reacted speedy. As Evester's gaze returned to him, Lin didn't dare to breathe a single breath too loudly. In reality, he could have welcomed the waiter coming in to take a glance, as at least it'd have helped him out of his predicament. Regrettably, Lin hadn't anticipated that Evester might retreat as opposed to boost, suppressing her urge to act and tacitly agreeing with the declare of a malicious intent, absolutely resetting his expectations. This woman probably genuinely idea that he changed into hypnotized, which was why she had diminished her defend barely. Underneath ordinary circumstances, she would have killed the waiter without hesitation and no longer to cowl up the situation with such a lie. Feeling the slow response in his body, Lin couldn't assist but sigh inwardly. In reality, as soon as he noticed the attention of the mind, he realized exactly what Evester intended to do to him. Happily, he had used his lie-eater capacity in time to alternate into his modern-day state, so he hadn't revealed his true nature. The primary time he had wished to replicate as help, but this time, it had come lots extra clearly. He feared that he might simplest come to be extra adept at it within the future. Sensing Evester's dangerous gaze, Lin helplessly idea. "I'm nonetheless too naive. In keeping with the unique storyline, this girl would by no means permit each person to take something from her that she couldn't have, or even if she destroyed it, she wouldn't allow it fall into someone else's fingers. And now, she had proven such severe interest in him. How may want to she allow him go so without difficulty?" The only excellent information in the meanwhile became that she didn't recognize he ought to preserve his rationality under hypnosis. Though it seemed that escaping from her clutches might nonetheless be a protracted shot, as a minimum there was a glimmer of hope. There's lots of time ahead. Proper now, the most vital thing changed into to get through this on-the-spot disaster. Lin decreased his head in a dazed manner, pretending to be dumb and silly. Seeing this, Evester, sitting on the brink of the mattress, raised her slim, honest right foot and gently pressed the toe of her high heel towards Lin's chin, forcing him to appearance up at her. Then, she slowly removed the masks from her face, revealing the splendor of her features, marred simplest through the darkish curse mark covering a part of her cheek. As their gazes met, Evesta suppressed the faint annoyance in her coronary heart on the unknown. "Look at my face, and then tell me." Her gaze turned dangerous. "What exactly are you thinking right now?" "I miss you." This was a loaded question. The only reason Evest spared Lin's life after he offended her was because of a casual remark he made that night. That sentence had clung to her like a spell, endlessly haunting her mind. If Lin gave her an answer that left her deeply disappointed, knowing Evest's temperament, there was no telling what impulsive actions she might take. Feeling her gaze upon him, Lin fell into deep thought. It wasn't about how to answer her question. Instead, he was pondering the unexpectedly high degree of deviation in Evest's story arc. Thinking back to that night when he first saw her true appearance, Lin couldn't hide his initial astonishment. After that, he felt a profound sense of confusion. Having read the original novel, Lin knew that according to the setup, this villainous princess was marked by an ominous curse on her face, a wretched existence abandoned by the gods. Every living being in this world was supposed to feel an uncontrollable sense of fear and revulsion toward her. This curse was the source of Evest's increasingly twisted personality. Before his transmigration, Lin had always regarded this character as a hideous woman. But when he saw Evest's true appearance, the stark contrast and incongruity struck him hard. Not only did he feel no aversion toward her, but he genuinely believed she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Lin attributed this anomaly to one possibility. His soul didn't belong to this world, and as a result, the curse didn't affect him. Perhaps he was the only being in this world, aside from the gods, immune to her curse. In a sense, meeting her, the first S-tier character of the storyline, felt like destiny. At this moment, Lin's thoughts extended beyond merely surviving his encounter with Evest. He began contemplating something far more ambitious. If he could figure out the key to altering her story arc, wouldn't that mean an easy windfall of points? For his future escape plans, Lin decided it was worth learning how to exploit this opportunity. Which brought him to the question: what had caused the deviation in the storyline that night? Merely removing her mask hadn't changed the main plotline, yet something had shifted. Lin believed the change wasn't external but internal to Evest herself. The words he had spoken unconsciously that night might have impacted her future in some subtle way. Like a butterfly effect, a small ripple could lead to significant changes down the line. However, judging by the numbers, the change was still insufficient. So, to score more points, Lin needed a stronger play. He suddenly recalled a specific detail from the original novel, and an idea flashed through his mind. He decided to take a gamble. Although his thoughts raced, only a brief moment had passed in reality. Evest hadn't noticed his inner turmoil. Her gaze remained cold and steady as she stared at him. Seeing this, Lin activated his lie-eater ability to its fullest, crafting a dazed and foolish expression. In an unhurried tone, he said, "Her Highness Sharina, the eldest princess of the St. Roland Empire, is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. No one could compare to her." Before he could finish, countless blood-red thorns exploded into the room. They surged like an unstoppable tide, enveloping Lin's body in an instant. Within moments, his entire body was pierced, leaving him drenched in blood. You truly hearing that name leave Lin's lips, a storm of fury and humiliation completely shattered Evest's composure. At that moment, her icy gaze became even more frigid, like an ancient glacier capable of freezing one's soul. The temperature across the town plummeted by over 10 degrees in response to her rage. Her chest heaved violently, and a blush of anger crept across her cheeks from the rush of blood to her head. It was an enchanting sight, but also exceedingly dangerous. As pain tore through his body, Lin struggled to maintain the guise of his lie-eater ability. Yet, he didn't regret his decision. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. As expected, the stronger the provocation, the better the result. The more extreme her current emotional outburst, the greater the eventual rebound would be. Even now, with her reason obliterated, even after hearing the name she loathed most, Avest still hadn't killed him. This was an unprecedented occurrence. Lin understood perfectly well what Sharina, the eldest princess, represented to Avest. She was the original novel's main heroine and the indirect cause of Avest's mother's death during childbirth. Throughout the story, Avest had attempted revenge countless times, but Sharina's protagonist aura ensured her failure every single time. To Avest, Sharina was an unrelenting nemesis, a grudge as deep as life and death, impossible to reconcile. It was this hatred that led Avest down the path of becoming the ultimate antagonist. Furthermore, based on the timeline, the original novel depicted a period when Avest had left the imperial capital. The reason? During a banquet, she had a dispute with Sharina and inadvertently revealed her power, frightening all the guests away. Saint Roland Vi, who already disliked her, flew into a rage and ordered her to leave the capital as far as possible. Looking back, this was likely the reason she ended up in Orn City. Lin's earlier comment had been nothing short of dancing on a minefield. As the atmosphere plummeted to freezing point, Lin realized he couldn't push any further. He steadied himself and slowly followed up with the second half of his sentence. But seeing your highness's face now, I realized just how ridiculous and laughable I once was. Princess Sharina might be beautiful, but compared to you, she's not even worthy to carry your shoes. This is what I truly feel right now, he said with deliberate slowness. He didn't employ any flowery language to describe Avest's beauty. In fact, compared to the afternoon, his words now could even be called plain. But the context had completely changed. In the afternoon, no matter how extravagantly he praised her, Avest's naturally suspicious nature wouldn't have believed a single word. It was only now, under hypnosis, that she might accept his words as his genuine thoughts. Thus, even though his phrasing was clumsy, it was more effective than the sweetest poetry. This was the art of language. If you shower a woman with excessive compliments, she might not care or might even find it annoying. But if you tell her she's prettier than her best friend, the whole dynamic changes. And in this case, Sharina wasn't just a rival, she was a mortal enemy. That made the statement carry even more weight. What could bring her more joy than outshining that woman? For a moment, Avest stared blankly at the blood-covered boy surrounded by crimson thorns. Her red lips quivered, but no words came out. Moments later, the blood-red thorns shattered into pieces. Seeing the boy's battered and bleeding form, a wave of guilt, something she had never felt before, washed over her. Avoiding his gaze, Avest pulled out a vial of pale silver liquid and tossed it into Lin's arms. When she saw him staring blankly, unsure of what to do, she remembered he was still in a hypnotized state. "Drink it. Every last drop," she ordered. Her voice softened slightly, as if trying to temper its usual iciness. "It's moonlight elixir from the Church of Silence. It will completely heal all your injuries." Lin took the potion woodenly and downed it in a few gulps. In mere moments, a faint silver glow spread over his body. Every wound healed instantly, and his skin was restored to its unblemished state. Aside from the torn clothing and traces of blood, there was no sign he had ever been injured. Seeing this, the last trace of dissatisfaction in Lin's heart dissipated completely. Because at that very moment, a system notification rang in his ears. S-tier character Evester Roland Alexini storyline deviation increased by 0.10%. A full 9 points of reward, enough for another extraordinary ability draw. Staring at the system interface, Lin was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment. He could roughly guess why the storyline had deviated so significantly. Avest was a tragic and twisted figure, someone who had never been loved her entire life. Her mind had long been warped to the extreme. But in this moment, Lin had given her an unprecedented experience being admired. For most moderately attractive women, this was an ordinary occurrence. But for Avest, it was something she had never known. Lin looked up and noticed that at some point, Avest had turned her back to him and was standing by the window. Her soft murmur reached his ears. "'Swas true, but why?" She seemed lost in deep confusion. After a long, long time, Avest finally turned around. Bathed in the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, she appeared unusually serene and elegant, her entire figure cloaked in a cool, ethereal glow. Perhaps due to Lin's hypnotized state, her gaze lacked its usual sharpness and iciness, replaced by a rare softness. Once she regained her composure, Avest spoke softly. "Next question. After everything I've done to you, do you harbor any resentment?" "No," Lin replied. Of course, that was a lie. If he could, he'd run as far away as possible right now. But Lin wasn't actually hypnotized, so he retained control over his responses. He was still looking for opportunities to rack up more system points. Avest, however, was visibly surprised by his answer. She had been prepared for him to hate her so much he'd want her dead, yet he didn't. Could the hypnosis have gone wrong? Fixing her gaze on him, Avest asked, "Then what do you think about every time?" "I think about what we'll name our children in the future," Lin said. Avest frowned slightly. "Whose children? Yours and mine." Her brows furrowed deeper. "Speak plainly." "I miss you," he said. S-tier character Evester Roland Alexini's storyline deviation increased by 0.13%. Good dog. In Lin N's view, women like Ivist were seriously ill, in the final stages of a disease. It was impossible to cure her completely, but at least there were ways to alleviate her condition, if only slightly. So, fundamentally, it came back to his earlier point. He had to use strong medicine, an extra large dose. Only by letting her experience something completely new, something she had never encountered, could he provoke a deviation in the plot. Had anyone ever dared to say something like "I want you" in front of her? Absolutely not. Everyone who saw her regarded her as a demon and a harbinger of disaster. Even her father and siblings treated her with indifference. Besides them, the only people around Ivist were her subordinates, who held her in reverent awe. These people would worship her as a god and would never dare utter a single disrespectful word. Thus, what happened tonight had enough power to act as an unprecedented shockwave, shattering Ivist's dark and colorless view of the world. She would realize that, in this world, there were people who actually thought she was beautiful. Even people who had sexual fantasies about her. Moreover, Lin N was currently under hypnosis. In this state, any dark thoughts that had been buried deep inside him would be magnified without limit. Ivist should have been mentally prepared for this. From her perspective, no matter what had happened here, it was only she who would know about it. So in the end, Lin N had only spoken a line that conformed to the setting. Even after that dangerous moment, she hadn't killed him, and now she certainly wouldn't. Looking at the results, Lin N felt he had just gotten away with 12 system points, a huge win. He thought to himself silently. Meanwhile, Ivist fell into silence again after hearing Lin N's shocking words. However, unexpectedly, she did not show any killing intent or anger this time. Perhaps it was because she had hurt Lin N earlier, and now, a trace of guilt was creeping into her mind. Or perhaps there was some other reason. In any case, she only felt that her thoughts were now incredibly complicated. "You're the first one to dare speak to me like this," she said after a moment, staring at Lin N with a slight sneer. "Should I say you're bold or that you're just asking for death?" Lin N didn't answer her. After a brief silence, Ivist turned her head. By the light of the moon, she saw the graceful reflection of her own figure in the glass window. "However, it's not that bad. How strange," she murmured to herself. She gazed at her reflection, at the face that had filled her with shame and hatred for countless days and nights. And in this moment, Ivist, almost by some strange impulse, felt a desire to smile at her reflection. Not a cold smile, nor a mocking one. Just a peaceful, friendly smile. But as soon as the thought appeared, she pulled back her lips before they could even curve up. Ivist suddenly thought of her nominal older sister, Serlina, the first princess of the Saint Roland Empire. Serlina always wore a compassionate expression on her face, showing patience and kindness to everyone, always offering gentle smiles. Ivist hated this kind of pretentiousness more than anything. "I'm really confused," she muttered, shaking her head. "I've spent all this time tangled up over this guy's nonsense. It's absurd." She then raised her hand and lightly brushed the glass window. Crack! With a sharp sound, The window was covered in a mass of cracks. The reflection that had been visible just moments ago vanished completely. Ivy's expression returned to its neutral state. The energy of the mind's eye seal she had placed on him was dissipating, signaling that the hypnosis session was nearing its end. To use it again, she would have to wait for it to recharge. This cooldown would take about a day, so that meant Ivy could only hypnotize Lin En once per day. But in any case, Lin En was now completely under her control. No matter how unwilling he was, as long as the hypnosis remained unresolved, he would be at her disposal. Of course, Ivy knew that a little sweetener would go a long way. She wouldn't just keep giving orders to Lin En without end. After all, beyond his intellect, he was a rather interesting person, and having him around could make her daily life less dull. Although she still had many questions for him, due to the cooldown time, Ivy decided to stop speaking for now. She raised her hand again and presented the mind's eye seal in front of Lin En. When the hypnosis ends, you'll forget everything that happened just now. No, you won't forget anything. In every sense of the word, Lin En silently complained to himself. At the same time, he deactivated his lie eater ability. In the next moment, his eyes cleared, and he stood frozen in place. What did you do to me? Lin En's acting was top-notch as he looked at his tattered clothes and expressed shock. Unexpectedly, Ivy had already returned to her cold demeanor, as if nothing had happened. She was a born actress. Lin En couldn't help but mentally sigh. Too horrific the tables had grew to become. Now, he became the only on top of things. Just as he changed into wondering this, Ivy unexpectedly spoke. It's not anything. I simply hypnotized you for a piece. Wait I saw a few exciting things. You saw what? Lin En pressured himself to look extreme. Ivy raised an eyebrow. Don't forget. That's without a doubt too horrific. Just now, someone unexpectedly started out performing like a horny dog, tearing his very own clothes and kneeling, begging me, announcing, Your Highness, I actually like you. How shameless. Despite the fact that I did learn something new approximately you nowadays, you clearly like me, ha, he. Ivy lightly protected her mouth, her smile tinged with mockery. Lin En broke into a chilly sweat. What? This woman is including drama to the entirety I stated. It changed into her who broke down first because of Serlina, inflicting my clothes to get torn, and now she's reversing it on me. And the maximum ridiculous component. I just complimented her on her looks, and he or she grew to become it into something else absolutely, making me seem like some sort of obsessed fan. Lin En felt like he changed into approximately to lose manage. For the primary time, he found out that this princess had a facet to her that turned into completely narcissistic. But the greater she acted like this, the extra he couldn't display any cracks in his facade. If she observed out he wasn't truly hypnotized, the consequences would be inconceivable. Seeing Lin En lower his head in a dazed kingdom, Ivy assumed he turned Ito trying to recollect what had occurred whilst under hypnosis. She felt a sense of pleasure, wondering her plan had labored. If something like this occurs once more, I'll have you understand, cut off. Understood, Your Highness. Without a desire, Lin En reluctantly gave in. However, in his heart, he swore that one day, he would make Ivy's phrases come proper on her very own body. He clenched his fist. But, simply as he changed into questioning this, Lin En felt something cold wrapping round his neck. It was the collar Ivy had by hook or by crook produced again, and she became twiddling with it around his neck. Lin En instinctively attempted to resist, but Ivy leaned in earlier than he could pass. A smooth rose fragrance filled his nose, making him dizzy. At this moment, the space between them became very near, but Ivy's gaze remained as bloodless and composed as ever, constant at the collar she became approximately to lock. Her sensitive, icy hands brushed in opposition to his neck, sending shivers down his spine. Don't flow. Her voice turned into easy command, however it stopped Lin En in his tracks. It wasn't worry. It changed into simply that women and men shouldn't be so physical, particularly given that they weren't even on the same stage. How should he just shove her round? You don't ought to try this. I already agreed to serve you, simply say the word. Lin En frowned in resignation. Without a preference, he relented for now. However, Ivist didn't reply to him. Click on. After fastening the collar, Ivist regarded pleased. Lin En felt a piece out of breath from the pressure, trying to tear the collar off. But earlier than he could act, the collar all of a sudden was a pink glow and sank into his skin, vanishing absolutely. With a slight warmness spreading throughout his chest, Lin En realized that a thorn-like blood-pink mark had seamed on his chest without him noticing. This wasn't just any collar, it became a supernatural artifact. Whilst it didn't show itself in regular situations, in important moments, it'd allow Ivist to experience his actual vicinity, preventing him from going for walks away. Lin En cursed inwardly. This is the second one collar I've in my view fastened, Ivist said, looking at the mark on his chest. A faint nostalgia appeared in her eyes. The primary one became when I used to be 6 years old. The first one. Who became it? Lin En raised his head, pushed by his competitive spirit. It became a little canine I had whilst I used to be 6. And what happened to it? Lin En had an awful premonition. As predicted, Ivist smiled sweetly. On my 8th birthday, it bit me, so I strangled it to death. For puppies that don't listen, they should be punished. The atmosphere right now grew cold. Lin En fast dropped to one knee, searching resolute, as though swearing allegiance to her. I can serve you with my lifestyles, Your Highness. Ivist patted his head. Right, dog. The subsequent morning, Lin En wakened with clean eyes, watching the lavishly adorned ceiling above him. How had things grew to become out like this? With a hint of self-unfavorable resignation, Lin En yawned and sat up, getting dressed and getting ready to clean up. At this point, he can be said to have absolutely boarded a pirate deliver. Every viable exit was blocked, and all retreat routes have been severed. As long as Ivist's monitoring collar remained on him, he might in no way break out her grasp. The idea of necessarily going through off in opposition to the protagonist institution in the future crammed Lin En with a sense of melancholy. Although he wasn't certain if something like a global consciousness existed in this international, the very concept of plot deviation proved that they had been on foot the installed direction of the unique storyline. This direction ended at the edge of an abyss, and not using a hazard of survival. However, now, it turned into too late. There has been no different option. For now, Lin En might have to play the part of a double agent, blending in with Ivist's group, and search for an possibility to run while the time became proper. So one can escape from that girl, he may have to latch onto positive key characters from the original plot. Of route, there was any other approach. Via altering the plot deviation around Ivist and those close to her, Lin En could rack up massive system points, leveling up at an insane rate until he have become stronger than Ivist. At that point, he may want to ruin free on his own. But this direction changed into some distance more tough. Inside the past few days, Lin En had worked tirelessly, narrowly escaping multiple dangers, and had barely managed to nudge Ivist's plot deviation by means of a small margin. It became a protracted street in advance. With a sigh, Lin En spat out the toothpaste foam from his mouth. After washing up, he rang a bell. Some seconds later, the maid Nina entered. Young grasped Lin En. Her Highness has asked if you want to meet together with your partners within the eating corridor after you wake up. It became clean Nina hadn't yet shifted from her guest attitude, as she every so often stole glances at him. Unluckily, Lin En wasn't inside the mood for small speak. With a heavy expression, he nodded curtly. Got it. Lead the manor. Augusta Manor was great. It took almost 10 minutes before Lin En, following Nina, arrived on the so-known as dining vicinity. Though it became referred to as a dining corridor, the scene earlier than him became not anything short of opulent. Upon coming into the primary corridor, he saw long dining tables made from expensive beech wooden, with silver candle holders and first-rate tableware laid across the cloths. At this second, several human beings were already seated on the tables, chatting quietly while ingesting. Lin En scanned the room and noticed that, except Reinhardt and the maid named Kesha, he didn't understand each person else in the room. Oh, and there has been a black cat crouching inside the nook, licking meat paste off a plate. The environment became pretty lively. Even Ivist, the princess, turned into sitting at the top of the table, carrying a half of masks that covered her face, leaving handiest her delicate chin uncovered. She held her knife and fork with elegant precision, slicing her meals in a rhythmic manner, bringing each bite to her gentle crimson lips with grace. On the dinner table, she gave the impression of a nicely mannered noblewoman. Lin En sneered inwardly. Looks as if she's a human beings person in spite of everything, sitting here ingesting with her subordinates. As though sensing Lin En's judgmental gaze, Ivist unexpectedly opened her eyes, locking onto him with unnerving accuracy. Lin En's expression right now turned serious. Upload every other serving of breakfast, she stated, ignoring Lin En and speaking softly to her maid Kesha. Quickly, a new plate became introduced to the table, steaming with sausages and lamb chops. Lin En looked around at the beechwood desk, and selected a seat at the farthest nook. At this moment, he felt numerous pairs of eyes from across the room subtly looking in his route. It seemed that with the advent of a stranger and Ivist's implicit permission for him to sit down, anyone was now eyeing the tall, handsome younger man with varying ranges of curiosity. Lin En didn't care about their stares. He picked up his knife and fork and started out to devour. He had been starving all night, so the meals tasted divine. Seeing him consume so heartily, a number of the human beings round him couldn't assist, however, display expressions of disdain. Most people at the table got here from noble backgrounds, with a few of them being knights who had followed Ivist for years. At the same time as they didn't keep titles, they were as a minimum knighted. But this unknown kid, who apparently just appeared out of nowhere, had no proper to take a seat on the same desk as them. A few of them had their interest piqued. Reinhardt, seated closest to Ivist, awked at Lin En's ingesting manner with disdain. At the identical time, his mind wandered back to the nighttime some days in the past, while his anger flared up yet again. He vowed that sooner or later, he would get back at Lin En for this humiliation. Reinhardt, proud by using nature, almost broke his fork in anger. However, with Ivist present, he couldn't act out. He had no choice but to maintain again for now. Let it go for now, he muttered bitterly to himself, hiding his frustration. What he didn't count on, though, become that trouble might come seeking out him first. Gay, pass me the pepper, thanks. Lin En abruptly called out loudly, his voice sporting throughout the desk. Too shameless. This concept right now flashed through everybody's mind. It became clear that the incident from that night time hadn't been forgotten through the citizens of the manor. As a minimum, the majority in the room were now aware about it. Even though Lin En had later vaguely tried to explain it away, few humans believed him. As predicted, Reinhardt exploded with fury. You. He turned into about to slam his arms at the desk and arise, but upon seeing Ivist quietly eating in the distance, he instantly restricted himself. Sure, Ivist turned into here. How may one he possibly lose his composure in the front of her? His brow bulged with veins as he clenched his fists, but in the long run, he bid back his anger. Enough. Prevent inflicting a scene, Ivist said, slicing through the tension. Allow me introduce the brand new man. His name is Lin En. You'll be running collectively any further. Through the way, do not forget to visit the cellar later to get your exceptional device. You're too vulnerable right now. You don't actually have the means to shield yourself. Reinhardt, take him there. Reinhardt froze for a second, then an uncontrollable pleasure spread across his face. Of root, Your Highness. If he got to take Lin En to the cellar, that could make things a great deal less difficult. Though he didn't realize why Ivist had chosen to involve Lin En, it was certainly an excellent aspect. With that thought, Reinhardt checked out Lin En with a cold smile. Feeling the hostility in Reinhardt's gaze, Lin En pretended not to observe and smiled brightly back at him. This little episode became quickly forgotten by way of maximum. Your Highness, Duke Tyrus has yet again rejected your invitation. What do you observed? A person in the institution started out talking to Ivist about political matters. Seeing this, Ivist furrowed her brows. That vintage guy. She suddenly lost her urge for food. Baylor Tyrus, one of the 7 electors of the St. Roland Empire, had the perfect strength to decide on the emperor. He became additionally Ivist's closing intention in coming to Olwen town. Unlike other princes and princesses, Ivist had never been favored by Emperor Roland VI or the major ministers. She didn't have the powerful maternal family they relied on, either. That was why Ivist needed support from external forces. Her sole purpose for coming to Olwen City was to win over the middle-aged Duke Tyrus. With his backing, her position in the royal election would no longer be so tenuous. Unfortunately, the old man was stubborn and, like most others, had a poor impression of Ivist. This matter we'll discuss it later. Is there anything else urgent that needs attention? Ivist asked, trying to shift focus. Yes, Your Highness. The man nodded gravely. You recently eradicated the Genesis sect, which is a great victory for Olwen City. But the 300+ innocent civilians you rescued from the sect have become a headache. It's as if they've been brainwashed. They're completely devoted to the teachings of the Genesis sect, and they've become a danger to the city's safety. Neither the city council nor the security bureau are willing to take responsibility, refusing to let these 300 civilians enter the city. What should we do about this mess? Another troublesome issue had emerged. Ivist wasn't good at handling matters involving common people. After all, over 300 lives couldn't just be discarded outside the city to die, and abandoning them would likely lead to other problems. But killing him off was impossible. What should she do? Ivist frowned in thought. After a moment, she decided to pass this thorny task onto one of her subordinates. She raised her head and glanced down the long table. Soon, the unlucky candidate was chosen. She looked at Lin En, who was sitting at the far corner, eating his meal. Ivist's lips curled into a faint smile. The 7 elector counts. Feeling the resentful gaze of Rhine, Lin En smiled at him. Seeing that everyone else regarded the matter as just a small storm, he lowered his head and resumed his battle with the roast sausages on his plate. After a while, someone spoke to Ivista about business matters. Your Highness, Duke Tyrus has once again declined your invitation. What should we do? Duke Tyrus? Lin En felt that the name seemed familiar. After thinking for a moment, he recalled that this man was supposedly a duke from the Saint Roland Empire, who also served as the governor of the southern province. In addition, he was a highly respected elector count. Although the system of elector counts had gradually weakened with the rise of imperial power in modern times, their influence over the imperial election process still held considerable weight. In total, there were 7 elector counts. Aside from the 4 secular elector counts, there were 3 ecclesiastical elector counts, each held by the archbishops of the 3 major churches in the Saint Roland Empire. Therefore, before every imperial election, princes aspiring to the throne would try to establish connections with these old figures. Once a prince gained the support of more than 4 elector counts, it was essentially a guarantee that they would secure the throne. It seemed that Ivista, who was currently in a weak position, was anxious and didn't want to fall behind the others. Recalling the plot in the original story about the imperial election, Lin En shook his head. Saint Roland Vi had 9 children in total, and most of them were far from kind. In order to win the imperial election, they killed each other, schemed against one another, and in the end, the eldest princess, Serena, laughed victoriously with the help of the male protagonist. Generally speaking, after winning the election, the victor would temporarily assume the position of regent and manage the empire's affairs, waiting for the formal coronation. As for Ivista, Lin En could only wish her good luck. She neither had Serena's protagonist aura nor the support of a powerful family. Besides being seen as a force of evil, she couldn't even win others' favor. This was essentially a death sentence for her. After all, to become emperor, public opinion was an important factor. Of course, this public opinion wasn't referring to the common people, but to the nobles, who were like parasites sucking the lifeblood from the empire. Lin En shook his head. Not interested in politics, he returned his attention to the food on his plate. The sausages were really delicious. Starving, Lin En stuffed his face, greasy juices dripping from his mouth. At this moment, a voice full of admiration and curiosity suddenly came from beside him. I didn't expect you could make that arrogant guy look so pathetic. That was really impressive. Lin En raised his head and looked over, finding a blonde-haired boy sitting next to him. The boy resembled Rhine but without the same arrogance. Instead, he looked somewhat silly. You are? Lin En wiped the grease from his mouth. My name is Gray Augustus. I'm sorry for the trouble my brother caused you. The boy named Gray scratched his head. Lin En nodded and pointed at the food on his plate, asking, do you want some sausages? I don't, thank you. Gray's heart warmed, but he was just about to refuse when he saw Lin En eagerly spear his untouched sausages from his plate. Damn it. Gray finally felt what his brother must have experienced earlier. What a jerk. He grumbled inwardly. He actually liked sausages too. So, Gray quickly thought of a way to retaliate and return the favor. He pointed at his own plate and asked, do you want some lamb chops? Gray had originally planned to be petty when Lin En refused, getting some revenge and calling it even. But unexpectedly, Lin En eagerly took the last lamb chop from his plate. Yes, he mumbled. You're such a great person. Gray widened his eyes, seemingly shocked by the turn of events. Staring at his empty plate, he felt like slamming the table. But before he could act, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Instinctively, he looked up and saw that Ivester, who was seated at the head of the table, had been looking at him with cold, indifferent eyes without him noticing. Gray nearly wet himself in fear. Lin En, you bastard. He slumped his shoulders and muttered, Your Highness. It seems you have something to say. Ivester's voice was calm but firm. No, Your Highness. Gray almost cried. No, you do. Ivester's domineering nature once again showed. Since you have something to say, it must mean you have your own ideas on how to handle these 300 or so commoners. Since that's the case, I leave this matter to you. In 3 days, I want to see results. Ivester's words fell lightly, but they felt like a heavy burden crushing Gray's heart. He froze. Although he was the second son of Baron Augustus, and considered somewhat of a young master in the manor, with his older brother Rhine around, Gray never had a chance to inherit the title. His biggest hope in life was to build a plantation in the south and marry a noble lady, living a quiet life. Although his father and brother swore allegiance to Ivester, it had little to do with Gray. He spent his days wandering the manor and around Olren City, killing time. After all, no one really had any expectations of him. But now, suddenly, Ivester threw such a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Gray was dumbfounded. What? Me? Just as he was feeling lost, he heard a commotion beside him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lin En, who was bowing his head and trembling with suppressed laughter. By means of the way, you may take Lin En with you as an assistant. If things cross incorrect, you each should understand the consequences. Ivester's voice rang out again. Upon hearing this, Lin En's smile right away iced up on his face. His expression became unsightly as he lifted his head. Now it became Gray's flip to suppress his laughter. It seems that smiles don't disappear, they actually shift from one face to every other. Let's go. After breakfast, Rhine walked immediately as much as Lin En. With a cold expression, he gestured in the direction of the door, signaling Lin En to follow him. In truth, Rhine had already started to fantasize in his thoughts about how he would teach this demanding man an excellent lesson later. The cellar changed into now not, as it seemed, just a place for storing miscellaneous items. It changed into located deeper than the underground dungeons. Rhine have been there several instances and became deeply stunned each time. Actually put, it changed into Ivester's garage room for great gadgets and historic magical artifacts. The region was filled with all forms of bizarre and odd objects. There have been even many noticeably risky gadgets of an excessive sequence degree. It changed into said that if any of these objects have been released, they might without problems cause a catastrophe sweeping through the whole town. Luckily, most of the objects were securely stored, thanks to Ivester's powers. Her strength become terrifying, and she or he may want to even forcefully suppress dangerous historic magical artifacts. And when they entered the cellar, Rhine changed into making plans to offer this brat a lesson the usage of the homes of such historical artifacts, coaching him who the actual boss of this manor became. Considering this, Rhine discovered a chilly smile. Seeing this, Gray sympathetically glanced at Lin En. Whatever the princess has ordered, we'll speak approximately it after you come back out. also correct luck. There weren't many humans of Lin-En's age in the manor, and there were even fewer who could chat with him, so Gray genuinely was hoping that Lin-En would be pleasant. After all, he regarded like an exciting man. Looking the two of them leave, Gray silently notion. The display starts off evolved, Your Highness. You know how strained the connection among Lin and that boastful fool is. Why did you set up for them to work together? In the look at, Afia, in her black cat shape, sprawled lazily throughout Evist's table and asked apparently. Throughout breakfast in advance, Afia had sensed numerous instances that Lin desired to greet her. However, remembering the unpleasantness between him, she felt a surge of anger and selected to disregard him. But, after the meal, she went directly to Avest, voicing her interest. Avest, nevertheless reviewing documents, replied absent-mindedly, Do you observe I'm favoring Rhine? Aren't you? Afia tilted her head in confusion, licking her smooth fur. You're overthinking. Avest shook her head. What you must be concerned approximately isn't his safety, however, as a substitute how badly Rhine goes to suffer. From the begin, her association had not anything to do with favoring Rhine. She sincerely desired to offer Lin a threat to vent his frustrations. After all, Lin had been badly crushed with the aid of Rhine that night time, and judging from his behavior at breakfast, he changed into probable nonetheless retaining a grudge. This arrangement became Evist's way of compensating Lin. As for the venture she had assigned to Greyer in advance, that turned into just a smokescreen. What she simply desired became to look how Lin could handle the location of over 300 commoners. To keep away from drawing attention to her interest in him, she subtly delegated the task via Greyer. While considering, Avest prolonged her hand and gently scratched Afia's chin. The little black cat squinted contentedly and purred in happiness. After leaving the eating hall, Lin observed Rhine again to the underground passage. In comparison to the complete underground facility, the prison place changed into best a small phase. Passing via the maze-like corridors, they subsequently reached an extra spacious place. Since it changed into daylight, few guards have been stationed within the facility. On the other hand, Lin and Rhine had been subjected to numerous layers of safety exams, such as a full-body seek. They even passed through lanterns able to dispelling disguises to make sure they weren't imposters. Lin appeared up, finding himself in a deep corridor whose vacation spot was uncertain. The corridor became slender, and ordinary noises echoed through it. Once in a while it gave the impression of someone scratching at a door with their nails. Different times, it was the squishy sounds of slime. Now and again, there were even low, guttural growls that virtually didn't belong to humans. The dim lighting fixtures and eerie atmosphere made the location specifically unsettling. Simply being there was enough to force all of us' sanity to the edge. To cope, the guards stationed here had been rotated regularly, and their intellectual health become evaluated every day to ensure they hadn't been corrupted by using the curses lingering inside the air. Inside the beyond, neither the property nor the whole town of Orn had any manner to address those terrifying anomalies. Fortuitously, with the princess's useful resource, they progressively uncovered methods to include them. In simple terms, items that might be adequately utilized by human beings and posed minimum or no danger were referred to as notable objects. Conversely, those extraordinarily hazardous items that could purpose accidents or maybe screw-ups had been classified as historical cured relics. Most remarkable gadgets were human-made, ranging from trivial things like freezing bullets and magic stones to big innovations like steam trains and ironclad ships. Historical cursed relics, but had been shrouded in mystery. Some even had sentient awareness. Though, by using information their regulations and paying the vital rate, those relics ought to provide not possible advantages. Standing amidst the darkish, eerie environment, Lin remained silent. Clearly, he changed into mentally resilient. In spite of everything, he had persevered almost 1/2 a month of mental torment from the system without breaking, a testimony to his unyielding strength of mind. Even though the two guys walked in silence, Rhine ultimately spoke up. Immediately ahead, then turn left. The armory is in the room at the end of the hall. You can pick out a weapon for self-defense. If you pick out a firearm, you may additionally get some high-quality bullets. Seeing Rhine's surprising display of goodwill, Lin gave him a glance of true gratitude. Thanks, younger master. I by no means predicted you to be so type. How approximately this? To any extent further, I gain't name you, yea young master, in front of others anymore. Of path, if you want me to name you that, I still can. For my part, even though, I am hoping. Close up. The instant Lin referred to that word, Ryan appeared as if he had swallowed a fly. His expression became sour as he shot Lin a cold glare earlier than storming off without another word. Watching Ryan's indignant retreat, Lin contemplated silently. It wasn't tough for him to wager why Vest had arranged for Ryan to accompany him right here. If a person like Ryan wasn't placed firmly in his vicinity, he'd only end up a bigger nuisance within the future. To Lin, Ryan was nothing greater than a petty clown. Despite the fact that Lin became properly aware of Ryan's malicious reason, he observed alongside indifferently. In spite of everything, someone like Ryan didn't warrant his attention. No person on this international ought to truly make Lin go through. Except for that damned lady. He conceived bitterly earlier than stepping deeper into the corridor. Positive enough, he's too complete of himself. Looking Lin stride ahead with a bit of luck, his face displaying no worry however alternatively curiosity, Ryan smirked coldly. At that moment, he sat in a small living room, a quaint reflect resting at the desk before him. But this was no ordinary replicate. In its middle, a swirling mist-like particle condensed, displaying a clean photograph of the underground chamber. Seeing Lin enter the special room without hesitation, Ryan ultimately cozy. As expected, Lin had accompanied his commands flawlessly. "You appearance so smug it's disgusting," a voice all at once sneered. Ryan instinctively looked up to discover a petite parent seated across the desk. The girl wore a free white coat, her signature short brown hair messy and unkempt. "Melanie, why are you right here?" Ryan frowned, definitely displeased. "I ran into Miss Melanie at the manor here, so I invited her along," a shadowy discern spoke back from the darkness. Morris, the shadowed man, slowly emerged from the wall. Melanie yawned, "Speak me lazily, that kid is a treasured check difficulty. Don't you dare damage him." Ryan scoffed. "Are you here to intervene with me?" "No, simply to watch." Morris glanced at Ryan. "I've a sense things are approximately to get interesting." Melanie shrugged. "I'm simply here to look if that kid simply has what it takes to face with the aid of Her Highness's aspect and help her." "Then stay out of my manor," Ryan snapped impatiently, waving him off. He turned back to the mirror, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he watched Lin, now status uncertainly within the center of the room. The display became approximately to start. Russian roulette. Following Ryan's guidelines, Lin arrived at the door of the containment room on the give-up of the corridor. The handle was lined with dust, indicating that nobody had visited for quite a while. It wasn't tough to wager why something stored in such an obscure corner had to be each relatively dangerous and uncontrollable. Without hesitation, Lin pushed the door open. The following 2D, the rooms indoors came into view, leaving him momentarily bowled over. The room was small, simplest about 10 rectangular meters, probably because the contained object itself didn't soak up a whole lot space. Despite its length, her unmarried table occupied the middle. On the table rested a palm-sized, ancient-looking timber field. Its hard surface become carved with ordinary styles, and faint bloodstains could nonetheless be visible. But none of that become what stunned Lin. What definitely stuck his interest become the issue seated throughout from the table. Yes, he needed to describe it as a thing. Even though it had a humanoid form, each factor of its appearance screamed that it became not anything more than a puppet, a gruesome, half of flesh, half marionette creation. It nevertheless retained a few human characteristics, which include respiratory. However, its joints have been unmistakably mechanical, as though pieced collectively from diverse additives, giving it an unnerving, surreal vibe. Sitting silently on a tall chair, the puppet seemed nearly useless. Lin couldn't help, however, sense the urge to mock it. "Are you going to play a recreation with me too?" Suppressing the sarcastic concept, Lin casually closed the door at the back of him. Bang! The sound reverberated through the containment room, apparently startling the puppet. Moments later, the chair emitted a sequence of click-on-clack noises. Beneath Lin's watchful gaze, The dusty puppet appeared to be pulled by way of invisible strings as it slowly rose from the chair. The puppet opened its eyes and looked at Lin, its timber jaw transferring stiffly. "Oh, it's been a long time given that everyone got here," it said, its eerie voice sending chills down the spine. "Who might have notion a fool would finally supply themselves to me. I experience a faint trace of the prisoner of destiny. Are you a believer within the trickery faith?" Trickery. Lin recalled the swallower of lies capability he had acquired in the underground laboratory that night time. The symbol for that capacity, a half of smiling, half crying clown face, came to thoughts. In order, that's the logo of the trickery religion. He pondered briefly before feigning ignorance. "No, you must be mistaken." From the puppet's tone, it was evident that it harbored a strong dislike for trickery believers. "Good, that's better, sit," the puppet said, pointing stiffly to the chair opposite the table. Lin stepped forward, pulled the chair out, and sat down. The moment he settled, an invisible force pressed down on his shoulders. It wasn't heavy, but it rendered him unable to leave the chair. He struggled briefly, but to no avail, and eventually resigned himself, leaning back against the chair. Meanwhile, he secretly tried activating the Swallower of Lies ability, only to find it also sealed by the unseen force. From the moment you entered, the game had already begun. "Until it ends, there's no way to leave," the puppet said, its neck creaking as it twisted stiffly. "What game?" Lin asked, confused. Ignorance truly is bliss. Despite its puppet form, the creature managed to display a mocking expression. "Didn't they tell you anything about the deadly marionette before sending you in here?" With that, the puppet pulled a revolver from behind it. Under Lin's gaze, it opened the chamber and emptied 6 golden bullets onto the table. The bullets clattered noisily as they scattered across the surface. The puppet's eyes gleamed with malice as it stared at him. Seeing this, Lin furrowed his brows, the situation becoming clear. "You're going to play Russian roulette with me." This deadly game, popular in underground gambling circles, was as brutal as it was thrilling. In just a few minutes, participants could experience a plunge from heaven to hell. Typically, Russian roulette involved loading a single bullet into the chamber. Before each shot, participants could either spin the chamber or fire directly at their temple. Using multiple bullets was a more advanced variation, involving complex probability calculations to increase survival odds. The puppet seemed to derive immense pleasure from Lin's apprehension, laughing maniacally. "You take a shot, then I take a shot. The game doesn't end until one of us has their head blown off," it said, toying with the bullets on the table. "So how many bullets do you choose?" Lin's expression grew serious. "Let me ask first, who goes first?" The puppet's voice grew colder. "As the host of the game, I naturally go first." Hearing this, Lin seemed to relax. "Oh, you should have said that earlier. In that case, I'll choose 6 bullets. "Fine, that's ha." The puppet, about to pick up the bullets, froze as realization dawned. It glared at Lin with fury. "You brat, that's not funny. If you can't handle losing, don't play," Lin said, spreading his hands nonchalantly. The puppet's anger surged. "Now I'm certain you must be one of those trickery scum. Even your disgusting sense of humor reeks of them." It didn't wait for Lin's choice again. Instead, it grabbed 2 bullets and loaded them into the chamber. Click. After spinning the cylinder, it snapped the chamber into place and raised the gun to its temple. Click. The hammer fell with a crisp sound, but nothing happened. "Seems like my luck's pretty good. Your turn." The puppet slid the revolver across the table toward Lin, its grin full of malice. Lin, unusually silent, stared at the gun. "Take your time," the puppet taunted. "I don't need food. I can wait 10,000 years if I must, but you can't. Or maybe." It sneered. "Are you afraid to pull the trigger? You trickery rats always fit the stereotype cowardly, like sewer rats, skulking in the dark and leading twisted, miserable lives." Ha! 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 A drop of blood for a coin. Lin, seemingly provoked by the puppet's taunts, slowly raised the revolver and mimicked its action, pressing the gun to his temple. The puppet's smile grew sharper, dripping with ridicule. "Unbelievable. The famed cunning of trickery believers doesn't seem to manifest in you at all. You're just a worthless fool." Lin frowned slightly, glancing at the puppet. Seeing this, the puppet's mocking laughter intensified. I loaded 2 bullets. That gives us 2 possible arrangements. Either they're adjacent or spaced apart. If the bullets are adjacent, combined with my earlier empty shot, the probability of your death is 1 in 4. If they're spaced apart, then your death probability becomes 2 in 4. But if you spin the chamber before firing, the chance drops to 2 in 6 ha. Imagine being a trickery believer and unable to do basic math. The puppet's cackling grew maniacal. Ignoring its provocations, Lin suddenly asked, "I've got a question. If you're hit by a bullet, will you die like a human? Or have you rigged it so you can't lose?" "I'm no trickery believer. I don't play those kinds of games," the puppet sneered disdainfully. "Though this body is no longer fully human, a fatal wound would still kill me. However, I'd revive after 10 minutes. Gahaha!" Before the puppet could finish its taunt, its expression froze. It stared at Lin in disbelief, only to find the same incredulous look mirrored in Lin's eyes. "Wait, so you can die?" Lin's voice brimmed with genuine shock. "Then why would you talk to me like that? Didn't you know I can fight?" At that moment, the cold muzzle of the revolver was pressed against the puppet's head. The puppet froze, unable to move. It hadn't anticipated this turn of events. Trying to maintain composure, it stammered, "Why, you might want to reconsider doing this, could violate." Before it could finish, Lin suddenly pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! 2 flashes of fire erupted, and the puppet was hurled backward by the powerful recoil, collapsing onto the floor. Is that even possible? Watching the scene through the enchanted mirror, Morris wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Since the mirror didn't capture sound, he could only see the events unfold like a silent movie. Even so, he witnessed Lin's bold actions in their entirety. Morris knew a bit about this containment item. He had always believed that survival required sheer luck. Melanie, standing nearby, glanced at him with a mix of pity and exasperation. "Loyal as you are to the princess, your brain clearly isn't your strongest asset. But if that's all it takes, it shouldn't be much of a challenge for him, right?" Morris remarked, his tone skeptical as he turned to Ryan. He'd assumed Ryan's goal was to get Lin killed by bringing him here, but now it seemed like an empty threat. However, Ryan, who had witnessed everything from start to finish, didn't seem upset at all. On the contrary, a strange smile crept onto his face. About a month ago, Her Highness retrieved an artifact from an ancient, forgotten ruin. After some investigation, it was confirmed that the object bore traces of ancient demon blood. Over the centuries, likely due to demonic corruption, it underwent a wicked transformation. Wicked enough that even Her Highness found it troublesome and had to seal it away temporarily using a specific containment method. Ryan's voice dropped, his tone turning ominous. "Do you recall the dossier on the Deadly Marionette project?" Morris's mind flashed to a document he had read. Item name, Deadly Marionette. Project ID, 0381 sequence level, 6 background, cursed by a powerful trickery believer, the item became a half-human, half-puppet entity compelled to engage anyone in a deadly gamble upon sharing a room. Effects. During the gamble, all supernatural phenomena within a 5-meter radius are nullified, with the nullification taking precedence over other powers. Containment recommendation. As it poses limited danger and does not affect other cursed objects, it can be used as a containment tool when necessary. Level 6. That's as dangerous as a trickery coin. Morris hadn't paid much attention to this item before, as he lacked interest in containment procedures. But recalling the details now, he realized something significant. The Deadly Marionette, it's just a decoy, isn't it? Its real purpose is to use its power to nullify supernatural forces and seal something far more dangerous. Dangerous is the word I'd use, yes, Ryan replied, his eyes glinting ominously. Its name is the Greed Box. Melanie stayed silent, her expression ambiguous. Lin stared at the lifeless puppet sprawled on the ground and shook his head. This guy must have been sent here for comedic relief. But could Ryan really be stupid enough to think such a laughable contraption would scare him into turning the gun on himself? Shrugging off the absurdity, Lin rose from the chair. The invisible force that had restrained him was now completely gone, and his extraordinary abilities were once again at his disposal, a clear sign that the puppet was dead. Remembering the puppet's claim of reviving in 10 minutes, Lin decided to wait for its return. He didn't particularly care about revenge. Rather, the puppet's earlier comments suggested it knew a great deal about the trickery faith. Lin wanted answers. Especially about the bizarre vision he'd seen during his first use of the Swallower of Lies ability, a colossal figure bound and tormented by countless threads. Not to mention the name he'd unconsciously uttered back then, Prisoner of Fate. Lin's understanding of the trickery faith was minimal, largely because it had never been mentioned in the original narrative. Still, he had his suspicions. Just as the Lord of Infinite Stars symbolized cosmic order, the Prisoner of Fate might represent the god of trickery. While Lin was lost in thought, a soft click caught his attention. Looking up instinctively, he remembered the ancient wooden box resting on the table, the one he'd assumed belonged to the puppet but was never used. Now, the box had opened on its own. Peering inside, Lin saw a single, slightly yellowed piece of paper. As if reacting to his gaze, a line of blood-red text slowly appeared on the paper. "Give me a drop of blood, and I'll give you a coin. Reporting to HQ, I think I've discovered perpetual motion. Give me a drop of blood, and I'll give you a coin." As the blood-red text emerged on the paper, Lin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Carefully, he took the paper from the box, scrutinizing it. He tried tearing it, crumpling it, and even folding it repeatedly, but nothing seemed capable of damaging it. This was undoubtedly a high-sequence cursed relic. According to the novel's lore, ancient cursed items with indestructible properties often possessed terrifying and dangerous abilities. However, compared to some world-ending relics, this one seemed relatively safe. The rules etched on the paper suggested that as long as the conditions were adhered to, the relic's behavior would remain predictable and non-lethal. Glancing at the puppet lying motionless on the ground, Lin noticed the thin streams of blood trickling from its head, which had been blown apart by 2 close-range bullets. An idea struck him. It didn't specify whose blood. Acting on this thought, Lin returned the paper to the box, grabbed the puppet by its wooden leg, and hoisted it upside down. After a few shakes, a single drop of blood dripped into the box. Clink! The blood vanished instantly, replaced by a shiny imperial coin bearing the visage of Saint Roland Vi. Lin's jaw dropped. Without hesitation, he pocketed the coin, his gaze toward the box now filled with newfound interest. Predictably, the transaction wasn't over. The paper inside the box absorbed the completed message, and a new line of blood-red text appeared. "Give me 2 drops of blood, and I'll give you a coin." A swindler, huh? Lin thought with amusement. Still, he shook the puppet again, extracting 2 more drops and letting them drip into the box. Clink! Another coin materialized. The next message appeared shortly thereafter. "Give me 3 drops of blood, and I'll give you a coin." Lin repeated the process. 10 minutes later. With his pockets now jingling with gold coins, Lin grinned from ear to ear. Jackpot. However, as the transactions progressed, the paper's demands escalated to a staggering degree. "Give me 1,000 drops of blood, and I'll give you a coin." The box had initially operated on a linear scale, but after a few exchanges, the requirements grew exponentially. The puppet's diminutive body clearly wouldn't last much longer. Staring at the bloodless puppet, Lin felt an urge to use it as a yo-yo, swinging it around to wring out every last drop of value. But after a moment's thought, he refrained. The box's transactions seemed endless, Lin deduced. Human effort, however, had its limits. No one could feasibly drain all the blood from the world's living beings just to meet the box's demands. What happens when the requirements exceed the provider's capacity? Lin wondered. Still relying on the puppet's blood and using it as the transaction's subject, Lin decided to observe. As he waited, just as his internal clock ticked to about a minute, an abrupt change occurred. PFFD. A muffled noise echoed as the puppet suddenly deflated like a leaking balloon. Its body shriveled rapidly until it crumbled silently into fragments. Lin stared at the pile of broken parts and offered the puppet a second of silent tribute. Turning back to the box, he noticed a fresh line of text appearing on the paper. "Give me a drop of blood, and I'll give you a coin." So, My theory was correct. The box's behavior mirrored age-old creditor tactics. From his past life, Lin had read countless novels with similar mechanics. If the transaction terms weren't fulfilled, the box would forcefully extract its payment. Should the subject exceed their capacity, they'd be consumed entirely, resetting the cycle. Just like the unfortunate puppet, it couldn't meet the 1,000 drop requirement and was drained dry. Still, this alone is a little dull, Lin thought, rubbing his chin in contemplation. His musings were interrupted by a faint noise. Glancing back, he saw the puppet's fragmented remains shifting on the ground. Under an unseen force, the broken pieces began to reassemble. Even the damaged areas seemed to reverse time, restoring to their original state. In moments, the puppet was whole again, its body full and intact. Right. It did say it revives after 10 minutes, Lin recalled, inhaling sharply as his eyes lit up with excitement. I take it back. This isn't dull at all. Watching the puppet come back to life, Lin felt an overwhelming urge to address his previous world. Reporting to HQ, I think I've discovered perpetual motion. Feeling the intensity of Lin's greedy gaze, the newly revived puppet shivered, still disoriented. Why you trickery-believing scum? What are you trying to? Before it could finish, Lin seized its head and slammed it into the wall. In the observation room, Morris winced as he watched Lin's brutal actions. Wow, he really held back that night, didn't he? Morris murmured, beads of sweat on his forehead. The blood-soaked Lin now wore an innocent grin, his pockets jingling with coins, evoking dread in Morris. Had he inadvertently brought a burgeoning psychopath into the manor? Meanwhile, Melanie, clutching her stomach, burst into laughter. Ha ha. I knew it, this kid's a genius, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. No one had anticipated such an approach. To them, the deadly marionette had always been a containment tool rather than a resource for exploitation. Ryan, on the other hand, was livid. This isn't over yet, he muttered darkly. That box has a mind of its own. Don't kill me. I give up. I give up. By its fifth revival, the puppet had completely broken down. Squatting in a corner, it hugged its knees and wailed in defeat. At this point, Lin's table was piled high with coins. Don't quit now. You're doing great, Lin said, grinning devilishly as he lifted the puppet once more. I know secrets about the prisoner of fate, the puppet shouted, trembling. Lin paused. At that moment, the puppet's suppression field finally activated, nullifying all supernatural phenomena within 5 meters. Lin promptly tossed it into the corner, stepping back from the box's effective range. Stay there and don't move, Lin ordered. The puppet obeyed, curling up tightly and muttering, I'm so stupid. I should have known trickery believers are all psychos. Ignoring it, Lin turned his attention back to the box. This time, the blood-red text on the paper had changed. Give me a drop of Lin Bartolon's blood, and I'll give you a coin. Lin smiled. Now this is getting interesting. Lin kills the game, the blood text on the paper has changed. Morris exclaimed as he observed the scene through the enchanted mirror. Seeing this, the gloom on Ryan's face melted away, replaced by a cold, triumphant smirk. As expected, the greed box's intelligence is leagues above that clownish deadly marionette. Lin, oh Lin, your arrogance will be your downfall. The moment the box considers a transaction complete, its priority overrides the deadly marionette's suppression rules. That means Lin was now stuck between 2 options. 1. Surrender enough blood to satisfy the box. 2. Beg for Her Highness's intervention. If he chose the former, the result was inevitable. The greed box had no limits to its demands, and it wouldn't stop until it drained every ounce of Lin's blood and marrow. If he went for the latter, that would be even better from Ryan's perspective. Her Highness seemed oddly invested in this cunning upstart. Whatever had transpired between them, it clearly didn't bode well for the Augusta family. Should Lin grovel for help, her trust in him would surely plummet, or she might discard him entirely. This time, I've won. Ryan basked in his perceived victory, his arrogance returning as he regained his sense of superiority. Morris, you're the fastest. Go inform Her Highness to come clean up this mess, he commanded casually. Beside him, Melanie rolled her eyes. Ryan's sudden shift in demeanor screamed of delusions. Does he seriously think he's back in control? Just then, Morris gasped again, this time more dramatically. Wait, what is he doing? Interesting. Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully, eyeing the fresh blood text on the paper. Give me 1 drop of Lin Bartolon's blood, and I'll give you a coin. Based on the box's behavior, transactions had to be completed within a minute. If not, the box would forcibly collect payment without providing compensation. What's more, the box's demands escalated after each exchange, yet the reward, a single coin, remained constant. The initial 1 drop of blood for a coin was clearly bait, designed to lure victims into its trap. Grinning, Lin pulled a thin wire from his sleeve. After the handcuff incident, he had taken precautions, always carrying such tools in case of emergencies. Instead of pricking his finger, however, he dipped the wire into the blood still pooling around the fallen puppet. Why follow its rules? As the seconds ticked by, Lin acted decisively. Using the wire as a pen, he wrote directly on the paper. Give me 2 coins, and I'll give you 1 drop of Lin Bartolon's blood. After placing the altered paper back into the box, he sat back, watching intently. Worst case scenario, the box tries to forcibly collect a single drop of blood. No harm done. Moments later, the text on the paper vanished, and a new line appeared. Give me 3 drops of Lin Bartolon's blood, and I'll give you 2 coins. Gotcha. Lin chuckled, his suspicions confirmed. The greed box was intelligent, on par with humans, and capable of negotiating. If it's a trade, there's always room to haggle. He continued testing, upping the stakes. Give me 4 coins, and I'll give you 3 drops of blood. The box responded promptly. Give me 5 drops of blood, and I'll give you 4 coins. A bizarre back and forth ensued. With each proposal, Lin's demands grew bolder, while the box adjusted its requests accordingly. 10 minutes later, the negotiations spiraled into absurdity. The escalating demands left Lin grinning ear to ear. He realized that as long as he continued writing, the box wouldn't finalize any transaction. Yet he also knew this couldn't go on forever. If he stopped, the box would default to the last agreed upon terms, likely demanding an impossible quantity of blood. Why does it only request blood? Lin pondered. Could the consciousness inside the box be using it to restore itself? Additionally, its reward St. Roland Empire coins felt oddly specific. Would it offer the same if someone from another country found it? Or are its rewards even limited to coins? Testing this theory, Lin wrote, Give me a steam locomotive, and I'll give you 18 drops of blood. The request lingered on the paper, as if the box was deliberating. Moments later, the text vanished, replaced by the familiar. Give me 1 drop of Lin Bartolon's blood, and I'll give you a coin. So, it resets when a request exceeds its capabilities, Lin deduced. Pushing further, he wrote, Give me a smartphone, and I'll give you 1 drop of blood. Again, the box reset. It can't manifest items that don't exist in this world. Satisfied, Lin stretched lazily. I've learned enough. Time to wrap this up, he murmured, a devilish grin spreading across his face. Someone's watching. Lin turned toward the invisible audience, raising the paper to display his latest message. Give me 1 coin, and I'll give you a promise. Ryan Augusta will set you free. If submitted, the box would enforce the deal without fail. Your move, Ryan. Morris was drenched in cold sweat, utterly speechless. This guy, he's insane. Lin's reckless manipulation of the greed box made Morris shudder. If he could come up with such schemes, what else was he capable of? Across the room, Melanie was doubled over, laughing uncontrollably. I knew it. This kid's a genius. She cackled, wiping tears from her eyes. Meanwhile, Ryan's face turned ashen. This isn't happening. It can't be happening. He had planned to humiliate Lin, but the tables had turned spectacularly. Enraged, Ryan stood abruptly, intending to leave. But as he did, Lin's eerie smile through the mirror froze him in place. His unease grew as Lin held up the paper, revealing its message. Melanie's laughter stopped abruptly. Quick! Summon Her Highness immediately, she shouted. If he submits that paper, we're in deep trouble. He's trying to release what's inside the box. Chapter 1 to 30 ends here. Enough for today. Upcoming chapters coming soon.